It's time to get activated, gamers, because you're listening to the GigaBoots Game of the Year 2021, featuring Dan and Bob Video Games.
Bob, I decided to become a junker.
A junker? Dan, why?
KZ Excellent.
I'm waiting for my Uber.
And Mr. Feel.
SNL isn't funny.
This time, we're joined by outrageous categories such as
Best Named Character, Coolest Thing in a Game, Scrimblo of the Year,
And
Worst Plot Twist.
So sit all the way back in your race car office chair and hold on to your butts, gamers, because the GigaBoots Game of the Year 2021 Podstravaganza starts right now.
Welcome to another part of the GigaBoots Game of the Year Podstravaganza. We've got everyone still. No one has passed yet. We've got Bob. We've got KZ.
Hey!
We've got Mr. Feel.
Hey.
And we've got a lot of categories. So let's get to it.
Juicy.
We're going to start off with Best Named Character. And just to be clear, that is best named. Not best character that is named. That is the best named character. The candidates for Best Named Character are Frank from Call of Duty Cold War, Guapo from Far Cry 6, King Frog, King of the Swamp, Guardian of the Flooded Fortress, Lord of his domain, Ruler of all he surveys, Champion of the people, Keeper of the Five Oaths, First of his name, second of his other name, he used without middle initial or mercy, Destroyer of all those who would question his rightful rule or look at him askance, Eater of the vanquished, Devourer of the indolent, Guzzler of the non-committal, Bestower of the wrathful opprobrium, and Fount of most wonder of beneficence. Holy shit. All glory to him and his mace. Holy basher of toads, not frogs. But really, what are toads anyway? Like worse frogs, right? Uglier too. Smartest creature in all the land. Really clever like that Einstein guy, but more handsome and, okay, hit the word count. Pothead from Death's Door. By the way, that last one was from Death's Door as well. And a Velvet Chair Girl from No More Heroes 3. And Yo Gamer from Senran Conquer Cross Neptunia. I have not seen Yo Gamer. I am now going to Google Yo Gamer.
You should see her, yes.
Oh, God, I should also.
Let's see. Yeah, it's a gamer. That's Oscar Langley in some sort of cyber suit made of jewels.
She does look vaguely like a gaming mouse.
Yes.
Yeah. Look at this. Wow.
Maybe in game there's some RGB light action. Who knows? So we've got 6 nominees. I'm going to say we get 3 votes each. This is a tough category.
Yeah, it is.
We're going to, for anyone who doesn't know, Guapo. Guapo is the alligator in Far Cry 6 because he's handsome.
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and go with KZ. KZ, best named character.
All right, I'm going to start with Guapo.
Understandable.
It's a funny alligator. It waddles around
Mm-hmm.
and brutally hurts people. And I think it's nice that he's handsome. This is tough.
Mm-hmm.
This is real tough.
Well, as usual, you don't have to use all 3 votes,
Right.
but you are entitled to them.
That is true. Okay, so one of these is really obvious, so I'm not going to vote for it.
That doesn't make sense, but okay.
What? Well, what's wrong? What's wrong with that?
One of these rightfully should win, so I won't vote for it. It's kind of how that sounds.
Well, yes, of course. It's going to win anyway, so I'd like to vote for the other one that I feel just strongly for, Pothead from Death's Door.
Okay.
I feel like Pothead won't get his due to how good King Frog's name is.
I wrote in Pothead first. I think Pothead's an amazing character name.
I have a lot of admiration for Pothead because I was not expecting that to appear in giant text.
Yeah, and for anyone who, I'm going to be completely unambiguous, Pothead's head is a pot.
That's it.
That's what makes him incredible.
He has soup in it.
And what really adds to it is if you just hear Feel's voice every time. every time you see this character.
I heard my own voice when I saw it. Every time it's just, I'm Pothead.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's just hitting me the whole time. And Velvet Chair Girl, because oh my god, what? What?
Yeah, that name cracked me up every time I was going through the trailer for the Gamer Premonitions thing.
It does just seem fake, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
It's such a bad name. It's so fantastic. I love it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to Feel. Feel?
Pothead.
Okay. Understandable.
King Frog.
Understandable. It's a hell of a
And
name.
Yo Gamer.
All right. We're going to go to Bob next. Bob?
Velvet Chair Girl.
Yes.
There's no denying that's the most absurd name I've heard in any video game, maybe ever.
I know.
Main boss.
King Frog.
Okay.
It's very bold.
It is. Because, like, when you enter their domain, when you go to fight them, that is when it pops up with their full title.
Yeah, because you don't know leading up to there. You really don't.
It's
You would
just
never.
King Frog.
No world.
Yeah.
It's over an hour and a half of game.
It has the same energy as like the Kill la Kill text appear.
Yes.
Yes.
That's all I get anytime a title card slams.
It's real good.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my last vote on Yo Gamer because
Okay.
I haven't even played that much of that game, but the thought of the main villain is gamer.
Excuse me.
This is the main
Excuse
villain?
me?
Yes.
Excuse me.
This changes everything.
This is like last time with the racist category where you just provide a little bit of extra information.
The main antagonist of that game is Yo Gamer.
Yes.
Thank you, Bob.
Man, Bob, you threw that wrench right when I was like, I know what I'm going to pick. And now I'm like, uh-oh. This is problematic.
Yeah,
Fuck.
this is a gamer.
Well, I'm going to give it to Pothead because I actually put Pothead in here as a nomination before King Frog
I'm fine.
and before a number of things.
That's totally fair.
Yeah, Pothead's
I don't
hilarious.
think anyone didn't giggle when that title card popped.
Dude, yes, of course.
That was real good.
And anyone who knows Feels delivery, I think it's even funnier. You want some soup?
From there, I'm going to have to go Velvet Chair Girl. An amazing name. In a game full of characters who are just outrageous, somehow that name seems the most.
It's really helped out by finding out that her whole gimmick is she's good at musical chairs.
I never would have guessed.
Yeah, no one would have guessed.
Like, no, she's literally called that because she's that good at musical chairs. She's like the galactic champion.
God damn it, making me feel stupid.
Okay. Now, oh man, okay. I can't not give it to my boy Guapo. Guapo's so good.
Look at him go.
They gave me other sidekicks in that game, and they also had funny names, but none of them hit like Guapo.
Yeah, they really let in with the best one. I like Chorizo, the wiener dog, where its back legs don't work.
Yeah, so it has like a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Like half of it's attached to a wheelchair.
I appreciate that, but this is an alligator named Handsome.
Yeah, no, that's the funniest shit.
And I just randomly hear people screaming because he's just eating them.
Yeah. You know, like, Guapo's ready to activate. He's
then
just hanging out near battle.
I'll turn around and I'll see 3 people with 12-gauge shotguns just unloading into Guapo.
It's really good because you can't kill Guapo. You can only slow him down. Let's see. So, what we have is a 3-way tie for third and a 2-way tie for first. Let me break it down real quick. So, we should probably... I'm going to figure out this order.
No one voted for Frank. I'm very sad.
I know. Me too.
His name's not great, but oh man.
I mean, his name is great, but it's weird to credit Call of Duty for that.
Yes.
Thank you, Call of Duty, for reminding people about that movie.
Yeah, 1, actually, yes. 2, man, that their integration of Frank into Call of Duty Cold War is the funniest shit I've seen in a video game in a long time.
It's been a while since I've seen you light up like that.
Yeah, no, that shit's incredible. It was worth every cent.
I'm pretty sure the last time I saw you light up that way this year was them announcing Wolverine.
Yeah, that's the same energy. Yeah, 100%. So the two that we have tied for first and second is Pothead and Velvet Chair Girl. The three-way tie for third is Guapo, King Frog, Yo Gamer. Does anyone have a problem with these ties? Do they want to try to argue one of these that are tied for third place up to first?
I don't think I need to, no.
Okay.
No.
So we should decide third place first, in my opinion, and then the top two.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a three-way tie between Guapo, King Frog, and Yo Gamer. We get one vote each. We're going to start with Feel.
Yo Gamer.
Mm-hmm. Bob?
Yeah, Yo Gamer. Yeah.
Casey?
They said it was the main antagonist.
Yo
Gamer.
That's fucking unanimous then. Yo Gamer is absolutely the third best name here.
Like, I like King Frog's novelty,
Oh, it's good. It hits like a dump truck that somehow was 3.
where I'm like, I love this character and I love their name.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some really dumb energy on all the other ones that also hit. So I had to go for other things. But Yo Gamer, what the fuck's wrong with you, Bob? You gotta stop doing this.
Okay, so the top 3 are Pothead, Velvet Chair Girl, and Yo Gamer. We now need to decide what the order is. I am okay with people trying to debate Yo Gamer higher, but I was just going to have us vote between 1 and 2 here, Pothead and Velvet Chair Girl. Which would you prefer?
Let's just vote between the two.
Yeah.
I think Yo Gamer's strong, but I think these other two are stronger.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
You agree with that, Feel?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yo Gamer's good, but third is strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 vote. You get to choose between Pothead and Velvet Chair Girl. We'll start with Bob.
Velvet Chair Girl.
I'm gonna say Velvet Chair Girl. KZ.
I'm debating the ethics on me hearing a certain voice coming out of Pothead and whether or not that should help give it the edge or not. Regardless of that, yeah, I'll go for Velvet Chair Girl. It's too funny.
Okay, Feel.
The thing about Pothead is there's 2 possibilities here. Because Pothead was not born with a pot for a head.
I know that's the best part.
So either his name was Pothead before he had a pot for a head.
I have not considered this once.
Oh yeah, that's immediate concern for sure.
Or he got a pot for a head and was just like, I guess this is just me now. My name's Pothead now, I guess.
It's fully embraced it.
And that's the thing. I was waiting for the witch to give him any other name. And then she's like, no, that's Pothead. I'm just like, fuck.
So even if it doesn't change anything, I am still going to vote for Pothead.
I was very close.
I am also incredibly evenly split between these two.
Yeah, no, they're really both strong in their own way.
One of them is insane. The other one is Pothead.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with Velvet Chair Girl because that is the most word salad, syllable vomit fucking name for a boss character. Like, yeah, you did it. You said 3 words. But I am really close, and I do love Pothead. In fact, as I said earlier, I was the one who wrote in Pothead because I was like, this guy's got to win. But damn. This is who expects such strong competition as Velvet Chair Girl and Yo Gamer?
Bob really sealed the deal in getting that thing a bronze medal.
Yeah. I came in here ready to make the argument for Guapo to be in the top 3.
Same.
It's just just doesn't match up to these. That's just not strong enough.
Yo Gamer. It's a character with gamer in their name. They're the main villain of the video game.
Yeah, no, there's layers to that. Okay. I'm willing to hear arguments, but the voting states that Velvet Chair Girl's number 1, Pothead is number 2, and Yo Gamer is number 3. I'm willing to let it sit like this because this feels right, as emotionally conflicted as I am. Because I love Potheads. Is everyone else okay with this, though?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yes.
Yeah, I was almost swayed with the question of was his name Pothead from birth? But no.
That was like the number 1 driving plot line for that entire section of the game for me. Where I'm just like, I can't wait to get to this witch, and she says his real name is Alan or something.
Alan P. Pothead.
God damn it. His name is still Pothead. Okay, well, that means the best named character of 2020. Top 3 is tie between Guapo and King Frog, giant title, runner-up. Number 3, Yo Gamer. Number 2, Pothead from Death's Door. And number 1, Velvet Chair Girl from No More Heroes 3. Congratulations to Suda.
Yes, the strongest man in the game.
It's not easy to have the best named character of 2020, I don't think, but you did it.
Has to be expected from the Master Suit of 51.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to the next category now. Next category, the Dead on Arrival Online Game Award. Before referred to as the DOA Online Game Award. Had to say it normally once, so that way people didn't think this was about the Dead or Alive Online Game Award.
Which was DOA.
Yeah, that year was rough for it.
It'll be back, I swear.
I hope you're right, and I hope this time they show up sober to work. The nominees are Back for Blood. Oh, God. Man, you ever just read the first one and go, we can stop here? Destruction All-Stars. Yeah. You ever had that feeling twice in a row? Knockout City. Magic.
3 times.
Legends.
What?
I assume it's Magic the Gathering Legends.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's actually just called Magic Legends.
New World. Outriders. And Pac-Man 99, a game I forgot came out last year until I started doing research for this category.
I would like to say that this is our greatest fucking category because it's dead on arrival. So it's the idea that it's immediately it comes out is dead. And I'm looking here for, I think 4, maybe 5 of these games. If you had a platform subscription service, you could play for free.
Oh, yeah.
Back for Blood was Game Pass. Destruction All-Stars was PS Plus. Knockout City was Game Pass at launch.
Outriders was Game Pass at launch.
And I think Pac-Man 99 might have also been.
Yeah, that's a Nintendo Switch game, yeah.
Yes.
Like it's on the Switch Online.
Not
free.
even when you don't have to
Pay, does that
extra.
save it? Yeah. Isn't that insane? That's the point we're at in 2021. Did I say 2020 earlier? Jesus, the
did
fucking pandemic.
Yeah, I was gonna. I forgot to correct you when you're like the 2020 winner.
While you were reading this, I was like, "Where's Rocket?" Oh, that was last year.
Yeah.
That was
my
2020.
God. Oh my God.
You know, we're talking about how bad some of those are. Magic Legends came out and is already gone.
Yeah.
Wait, it shut down?
Yeah, it shut down
Yeah.
within 3 months of launching, basically.
You're making a very good argument for that game to win.
You are.
Here in as we're approaching or in 2020 verse 3.
No, it got shut down before it actually came out.
Yeah. They did that beta. They sat on it for a bit, and then they said, never mind.
It what's the one that got unearthed? Crucible. It's like Crucible.
Yes. Crucible was 2020 though, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's in our rearview mirror.
Yes, that was 2020. I had to confirm. So, gentlemen, there are 7 nominees. I'm going to say we get 3 votes. Tough category.
Oh yeah.
Really tough. We're going to start voting off with Bob.
Okay. Magic Legends.
You are the one who played it. Would you like to say some words?
I've never played a more confused Diablo-like.
Okay.
It was complete mess. Unbelievable that they thought they could release this.
Bob,
What's up?
I assume this was a card sim.
Oh, no. This was their...
No, that wouldn't have died.
This was their attempt at making a bigger
no,
thing.
is that thing where it had the Game Awards trailer where the dude's running at the camera and it looked weird?
No, that's a different game.
No, that is that was
That was Dark
Baldur's
Alliance.
Gate Dark Alliance,
A
which
game which should
also
also
came
be
out
on
and
this
died
list.
this
we
year,
should
I
write that
think.
in.
Is that an online game?
Yes, it was a 4-person multiplayer thing.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh
Sorry.
my god.
And this is like when we added more characters in Best Character last year.
Oh my god. I haven't played that one, but it sounds real bad.
Yeah.
Everything I've heard has been dire.
Yep.
But my second vote,
Yep.
Back for Blood.
Okay.
That was another game I played and was like, this seems unreal. Why did you have a card system in here that doesn't feel like I have any way of upgrading, like naturally? And you have objectives that just seem horrible. And then that Kroby Cat video came out that showed how much worse it was than Left 4 Dead 1. And I was like, oh, come on.
There was a lot of stuff before it launched that looked bad. I mean, you tried the beta.
Yeah.
But the real damning thing was me looking up Steam charts.
Yes. And just seeing how it just dropped off immediately and then Left 4 Dead rose up.
I actually did not see that. I really should have looked that up too. But yeah, it's real dire with Back for Blood. I have a number of people who keep tabs on things like that and seeing it just completely plummet to, let's see, its daily is currently, and of course this is, constantly in flux.
Yeah.
But it's about 7,000, down from 54,000 or 60,000. Yeah, it kind of fell off a cliff.
Yeah, my last vote's going to be for Dark Alliance. It's one game I got really hyped for when they first announced it because I love the old PS2 games.
Okay.
But everything was launch coverage was like it's out and it's like that thing where those fireworks you get where you show them at the ground, they just explode immediately.
Yeah, poppers.
Snap pops.
Yeah, poppers.
Yeah.
It's that. It was that was the launch.
Yeah, you
just
expect
gone.
they're like, come on over to the fireworks show, and it's just a guy with one of those who throws it at the ground.
Yeah, he has.
All I remember about that was seeing a video from some negative review where it's like, I'm playing as the archer, so I'm going to use my ability that shoots arrows up into the air and they rain down on a guy. They don't actually go down to the ground. They go down to my point in space. So if I'm up on a ramp, they'll just hit the air above the enemies and not hit them.
Okay, so I've done the most nauseating thing possible.
Okay.
I looked up the Steam charts for Left 4 Dead 2.
Why are you doing this?
Anyone want to guess?
18,000.
24.
Just to be clear, I'm going to say 24-hour peak over the last 24 hours.
Oh.
Just to be absolutely clear of what number we're guessing right now. Bob?
30,000.
Okay, does anyone want to revise their numbers?
No, I'm good with mine.
I'll go even 20K.
It is 24,994. It is 6 away from 25K. Once again.
Yeah, that's what happens when a high-profile successor that sucks comes out.
Yes.
that is the problem. I mean, you can see the percentage change per month on Steam charts, and it goes down an insane amount immediately. Once again, that means it's less than a third the player. Back for Blood is less than a third as many people playing Left 4 Dead 2.
I'm curious what the Steam stars say on Dark Alliance. I assume it's like zeroed out.
It's one. It's this guy. And they just give his handle. If you want to play Baldur's Gate,
Add them.
he's your guy. Let me see. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance.
It is Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh.
24-hour peak.
40.
24 hour. Who wants 40?
Oh,
I'm sorry. It was too funny. It was too funny. It just leapt out of me.
40. That's almost as bad as what we said.
I'm like, this can't be this game, right? And I'm just looking. I'm looking for some information to debunk this as being. Oh man, 40.
I can't believe this. A game so rough that even IGN's like, no, this is a 4.
Yikes. Wow. Okay. Well, we need to get back to voting.
Sure.
We'll go next to Feel.
Back for Blood. Like I've never seen a game that so many people I know were hyped for, because something that like fills the void and is like, you offered like a man dying of thirst water, and they went, it needs to be more water like than this, bro. I'm sorry, and they pushed you away.
I think my piss is closer to water than this.
I'm gonna give one to Outriders, because that just got extinguished in a way that was pathetic, and I didn't expect.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either. I thought it would have any life.
Like, I also think the cope of "it's not a service game, we promise" was really pathetic. And for the last one is, I put New World on here, but New World seems to be doing better than all these other ones somehow.
Yeah, I'm like, this DOA is like, it spiked, and then after a week it's gone. I'm like, people are still playing that.
Yeah, with hundreds of problems, they still play it.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to give it to Knockout City, because that feels like it just ceased to exist the moment the trailer stopped playing.
For some
Part
reason,
of me wants to believe this game didn't come out.
for some reason, I have the thought of that game is played by millions and we just don't know it. Like I feel like it's one of those weird ones where we'll find out. Yeah, there's a player base.
They put
We've
out
never
like
seen
another
one.
free like SKU of it on consoles like a month ago.
Well, if there are that many people playing it, Bob, it's not on PC.
Oh no!
We'll do the guess again, because this one didn't immediately leap out of my mouth.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna say 24-hour peak. Bob, guess.
200.
KZ.
385.
Mr. Feel.
1,200.
It is 154.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's 700 viewers on Twitch, so I don't think it's I don't think it got that coveted game that nobody has played but has millions and millions of people playing it, like Brawlhalla.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not the Siege stealth mode popularity thing, Yikes.
yeah, that's a good way.
This might as well be Dead or Alive. Dead on Arrival Online Game Award powered by Yikes. I'll go ahead and vote next. Shit. I'm going to give it to Destruction All-Stars. Firstly, because, oh boy.
That game was so confused.
They were going to charge you $70 for it. Then they gave it to you for free and no one cared. Man.
Here's story modes for 3 characters.
Yeah, your story modes for 3 characters. Please buy more.
Right, and like you play the story mode, and it's something you would never want to put money into.
They did an update 4 months after release, maybe later, where they went, we redid the entire netcode so that way hits feel good. And I'm like, yeah, this idea for a game is actually the least conducive to an online environment possible. like from a netcode perspective, Twisted Metal is a lot easier because the game isn't primarily having two driven vehicles interact in real time.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna give my first to Destruction All Stars. That game is one of those that really just people forget even exists. My second nomination is gonna have a similar energy, Pac-Man 99. I forgot it existed, and I think everyone did. When it came out, I only saw a slight few people even try it, and everyone who tried it was like, yeah, this isn't great. This is possibly the worst 99 yet by a lot. It's not, remember Mario 99?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was bad, but it wasn't this, I guess.
It was playable. At any level, the mechanics made sense to people, and there was a grip. Pac-Man 99 had no staying value whatsoever, like not even remotely. And I think part of what's interesting about this category is not just are people playing it, but did its existence itself slip away from being known? So I'm going to go ahead and vote for it based on that. I have a really tough split here now because of the two ways I would vote are Knockout City, because it evaporated. It was like they announced a game that didn't exist that they were going to cancel, is how it felt, because it came so fast. And Back for Blood, because it's so bombastically that should not have flopped as hard as it did. It should have a better content thing. Phil, let me. You haven't seen the Kroby Cat video, right?
I was gonna describe parts of it too. Yeah.
I don't want to describe the chasm that exists between this game and a vastly older game, but there is one point I would like to highlight in that video where Back for Blood's versus mode is a bespoke, separate thing. It's not you working your way across the level as your human enemies use these characters to fight you. It seems to be this is a wholly sequestered mode with a different map for you to fight this many waves.
This is, it's 4 people versus 4 people, best 2 out of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went, oh my god.
What?
It's closer to Doom Eternal's multiplayer instead of the exact same game you've been playing, but players can control the enemies.
Yeah.
Which is what people wanted Versus and Left 4 Dead to be. So when we hit that part of the video, I was going insane.
Yeah, no, it's befuddling how bad that was. Like, it genuinely doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know how they came up with that.
I was really excited for a new Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, there were like 18 of them that were trying to come out.
So, have you ever seen the movie Gattaca?
I actually have not.
Well, a thing in that movie is that there's a guy who was genetically engineered to be perfect, basically. And he's like an alcoholic mess because he was crushed by the expectations put upon him by his genes.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel about Back for Blood, almost.
Yeah.
Where it's much more pathetic because it was hyper-marketed, like, this is the successor to Left 4 Dead, and got the people. None of these others got the people. None of them got to that point.
Yeah. None of them got... Like,
Back
Knockout
for
City
Blood
didn't...
got the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but... And then everybody was like, oh, no, you fucked up. Which I think is far more deserving of an award than just being unremarkable.
Right, because nobody gave Knockout City the time of day.
Right, it's from the studio that should have been able to do this, had proved they could in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are.
Yeah, they made Evolve.
Yeah.
They really did. The more I saw of that game, the more I'm like, yeah, this is the people who made Evolve, not the people who made Left 4 Dead.
What, are you talking about the clip where they showed their tank equivalent that just summons a tornado zone around them where it just does damage to you while you're standing in it?
That's very good.
And there's a giant health bar.
I'm going to go ahead and give it to Back for Blood.
Okay.
KZ.
Back for Blood.
Okay.
That game... disappoints me that now that I know certain things, like, you know, when like a special infected field would like do something to you in Left 4 Dead, like maybe a smoker grabs onto you or a boomer explodes, and it's like, and there's just stings and stuff that tell you what's going to happen or what you're dealing with. What if you just didn't do any of that at all for any enemy?
Yeah.
So it's just incomprehensible what's happening to you. And they're like, that's just one example of some of the problems that Back 4 Blood has, where it's like we're trying to approach the exact same thing but doing so much less work on it. You can't even mod it. There's so many things that it's just deficient and missing.
Yeah, and I hear, honestly, the largest problem is like a progression system and like a lack of content is what it sounds like. Like it doesn't have the staying value even of Left 4 Dead, the experience of playing it. So it's just all these layers of...
And it's funny because you don't even need a progression system for that type of game. It's just...
But what if you did? Then you would make the most addictive game ever made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just,
Or you can't design a progression system, so you've made it worse.
and it just means that your core game is even more deficient, since Left 4 Dead's just you're going through levels, and we can't even get that engaging, so we have to fall back on a progression system, and our progression system apparently isn't good. But just above all that, just the fact that it's a thing that is marketed to be the next coming of this game made by the people behind Left 4 Dead, and then you look it up and it's 7 people that that worked on the Left 4 Dead games that worked on this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. And then you find out every critical or big person that worked on Left 4 Dead that made it what it is, it was just someone who worked at Valve instead, and not the studio.
I mean, there are certainly a number of people who worked at Valve who had a lot of impact.
Yeah.
So having none of them...
Yeah, they had 0 of them at this studio.
And then losing everyone else virtually. Because if you have 6 or 7 people from the original team, you don't have the original team.
Yeah, it just becomes this thing where it's like, this is just a marketing thing to a degree where it's like, it's not even resembling the thing you're trying to get people into. But that's my vote. We've said plenty of words on that. Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance will be my next vote. That game, I watched a review of it that really detailed how bad every animation, every combat system in it is. The fact that the game is basically impossible to play solo. The level scaling straight up lies to you, where they're like, here's a level X area, and that's just wrong. where you'll just still get melted by things. And it was terrible. Like, everything I've seen about that, it just looks incredibly ugly and plays bad.
Now, this isn't going to go anywhere in Game of the Year, so I'm going to shove this anecdote right here, right now.
Yeah.
Playing the Ascent, there's really weird moments where you can take a right instead of a left and barely move at all. And they go, no, these guys 4 feet to the right are level 14 and you're dead in one shot.
Wow, it's like Xenoblade.
I was so bewildered. I was like, these streets look identical.
I'm glad I played a grand total of 50 minutes of that. This last one's tough. We got a lot of really good ones here. Based on what this category is called, and it's like it dies. You kind of just forget it even came out.
Mm-hmm.
I think about a game that was promoted fairly heavily for a long time, in my view, and then it came out nothing. I would have to give it to Outriders.
Okay.
I remember the E3 time it took up in like Square conferences. I remember one that was like 3 or 4 years ago.
I mean, yeah, this is from People Can Fly, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's another one of those, like, we have a big name developer making a game they really shouldn't.
Yeah, I had their back on this the whole way.
Yeah.
I wanted those people to win.
Mm-hmm. I remember there was like the E3 before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. They did like a segment on Outriders, and I'm like, okay, it looks like Destiny, but it's not made by Bungie. Guess we'll see how that goes. And then all their promotion and on their Twitter account said, this is not a game as a service, it's just a game that when it's done, it's done. We're not going to make anything else. And then it came out, and then no one could actually play because their servers were broken to a degree that would make Final Fantasy XIV sweat. And I was like, oh. And then no one spoke about it again. I heard it came out. I heard no one could play it, and then no one played it. That's apparently the span of events that I am aware of. Oh, also the things Bob said, where actually it isn't Outriders, it's Outrider.
Yeah. Well, that results in the following sorting. Back for Blood got a unanimous vote. Tied for second and third currently is Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance and Outriders. And then we have a four-way split on runners-up. Destruction All-Stars, Knockout City, Magic Legends, and Pac-Man 99. And New World got no votes because for some reason, the fucker won't die.
Unfortunately, it's grabbed some audience, even if it's smaller. It's grabbed something.
So, is everyone okay with the top three being what they are and talking about it from there?
Yep.
Yes.
Is there something not in this top three that should move into it?
I feel like Magic Legends really deserves to move up there, but I understand. It's the only one that came out.
God, yeah.
And vanished?
Yeah.
I mean, Dungeons & Dragons did.
I mean, they didn't actually take
It
it off
didn't
of the
get
network.
shut down. You can still play it.
That's true.
Yeah.
This is the
it's
one
on
that...
Game Pass.
You're right, Bob. Magic Legends is the one that got Thanos.
Yeah, it's like, it's gone. I am the only person who ever played it.
But.
Uh-huh.
This is the dead on arrival category.
It didn't arrive?
Yeah, Magic Legends didn't arrive. It never actually officially came out.
Okay, I thought that it actually released before it got canceled.
I'm pretty sure they did that beta and then said, never mind. I'm looking it
They
up.
canceled it during that beta.
Oh my god.
This is so funny, Bob, because it's like a plane that's landing but explodes.
Okay.
Like before, that's fucked up that they canceled it while still in beta, and who knows how much money they spent to have it appear at the fucking Game Awards.
I imagine if it showed up there, which I don't remember.
I feel like it was in that block still.
But if it
There's
was
a lot of shit that appears in the Game
if
Awards.
it was there, it may have been an Epic co-publishing thing.
Oh, okay.
Who knows? Because when I look up this game, they're like, hey, here it is on the Epic Game Store.
Okay. Might have been one of those blocks.
Man.
Yeah, so I guess if it didn't actually make launch, I understand.
I was turning to your side, but Phil made a really good point.
Yeah, he made a really salient point here, Bob.
Okay.
You both-
I understand.
I mean, to be fair, if things keep going as they are, Bob, maybe some year we can get a best canceled game.
Best unbirthed game, because it keeps happening. We're now at 2, and that's too many.
Right?
Next year's going to be crazy when Dragon Age wins.
Yeah, technically, we should have given this brought to you by Magic Legends since it's disqualified. It should count, but no, it was shut down only 7 months after coming out in beta, basically.
God, fucking wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Because it sounds like it sort of came out, but they called it an open beta.
Right. But yeah, it's like one of those things, like if you do a game, if you put a game out on early access and then cancel it, did the game ever really come out?
I don't know. We're not prepared to figure these sorts of questions
See, this
out.
is tough because we don't put anything in our Game of the Year list if it's an early access.
Right?
That's true. I didn't get 30XX into anything this year because of that. Man. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have to be the person who puts the foot down and says, I'm not gonna let Magic Legends into the top 3 because its status on whether or not it came out is ambiguous and debatable.
Yes, it's tenuous. Jesus.
Because it didn't do the full release on consoles or even on Steam or anything else except for Epic. And the release on Epic was flagged as open beta. So we're going to do that.
Okay.
I'm going to move the discussion on to the top 3.
Yeah, we know what the top 1 is already.
Yeah, Back for Blood, of course, has to be the top 1.
Who could have... Guys, don't spoil it. So we got Dungeons & Dragons.
I didn't know we were using the Electoral College here.
We just don't know yet. Florida
I can't
hasn't
believe
voted.
Outriders won.
But yeah, we got Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance and Outriders fighting it out in second and third. We're going to do one vote each. We'll start with KZ.
Dungeons and Dragons, Dark Alliance.
We'll go to Bob.
Dungeons and Dragons. That just seems way more pathetic.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Feel.
Outriders, because that is like a more significant explosion to me, because I had no faith in Dark Alliance from that trailer with Drizzt bobbing back and forth in the first person running view.
Yeah, that's fair. It is just, why did you do GoPro camera angle? It looks horrible.
It was maybe one of the greatest gifs I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that. Yeah, I'm going to have to vote with Feel on this one. Outriders. Reason being, they put so much hype and support into this. And then the game comes out and it starts crashing and burning. And then wasn't this also the game where it showed up on a Game Pass or something else?
Yes, it showed up on
Yeah, it
Game Pass
launched.
day one. And then the people who worked on it, I was like, we didn't know it would be there. I think this is killing our game.
Yeah, they were like, Square refuses to tell us how good it's doing.
That's a nightmare. I would not want to be in their shoes.
Yeah, I've only voted for Dark Alliance because the game itself seems way more busted and terrible. Like, Outriders is a game I can play. It's kind of fun.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine
That's
it was
fair.
in that space. I was picking the D&D thing because I only knew one thing. It came out because I'm subscribed to a YouTuber that reviews games. I never heard about it again.
Yeah, that thing basically vanished.
Yeah.
I'm looking up some stats.
Oh, no.
Thinking about
bad.
stuff.
You know, isn't Dark Alliance the one that had 40 people playing?
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, I think that's the most dead or alive anything can be.
Well, Bob, we frankly we don't know. We
Yeah,
need
but
to go.
its peak was only 9,000.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was dead on arrival.
Dude, more people were playing Team Fortress 2 on Orange Box on the 360 in 2015.
You know what? Bob is right. Bob is right. Outriders fell into hell really fast.
Yeah.
But it was not dead on arrival. It had 120,000 people playing at launch on Steam.
Look, the way I think about this, okay? There are two ways you can view this category.
Okay.
This category, either to you mentally, is a shot of a guy throwing a baseball cutting to the reaction shot of a wall being hit by a whoopee cushion that farts when it hits the wall. or conversely, the other camp is shot of a guy throwing a baseball and then a tiny spitball hits the wall and goes doink and falls to the ground with no sound at all, right?
I think of it like there's that one funny meme video of the dude getting out of his chair and screaming, and then it hard cuts to him in the background on his stomach. And that's just any
You've
DOA
described
game.
half of TikTok.
Yeah.
But I get it. I do see Bob's argument. So currently, everyone but me is on Dark Alliance,
Yeah.
and I understand, and I will cede to your logic. Because this isn't biggest disappointment.
True.
That's a different part.
No spoilers.
Okay. I'll cede to your logic, gentlemen. The ranking for most the DOA Online Game Award for 2021 is four-way tie runners-up, Pac-Man 99, Knockout City, Destruction, All-Stars and Magic, Legends. New World somehow phasing out of the category because people continue to play it.
Yeah.
Third place goes to Outriders. Second place goes to Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance. And first place goes to, shockingly, shocking no one, Back for Blood. Thank you, everyone who tried this year.
Oh, okay.
We move on to the next category. It's a fun one.
I'll bet.
Scrimblo of the Year.
Oh Oh shit!
Yeah.
These are strong.
Oh man.
Oh my god! I just noticed this since having played the thing it's from. Okay, the nominees are Cat Goomba from Bowser's Fury, Doodle Raz from Psychonauts 2,
Ugh.
Forest Spirit from Death's Door, Hootle from Tales of Arise, Laperitz, question mark, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, from Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, Midgey from Demon Turf, God, Morgana from Persona 5 Strikers. Man, that's... I didn't even need to play Strikers. This is great. Mothman from Shin Megami Tensei 5. Didn't have to play that either. Mothman's legacy precedes him. Rot from Kana. The baby elephant from It Takes Two. Are we talking about the queen here?
Yeah.
I think we're talking about the queen.
Yeah.
Okay. Just had to check. We were talking about Her Majesty.
Oh yes.
White Cat from Ease 9 Monstrum Nox.
I believe it's Munchrum Nuts.
Nope, that's a different category. Oh man, how many nominees? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There's
8,
11,
9, 10,
so
11.
5.
Yeah.
God, we had so many Scrimblos.
Yeah, our floor for 5 is like 9, I think.
Yeah. We'll do it.
It should never quite be half, is my opinion. So
Same.
5 makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Bob?
I'm sad that I couldn't find Neko Arc in the new Melty Blood game.
He tried.
I tried.
Not for trying. Not for a lack of trying.
Sponsored
that's for sure.
by NecoArc.
The ghost of Neko Arc. Midgey sucks. We're gonna start the category.
That's why he's in Scrimblo.
We're gonna start the category with feel nominate 5 of these scrims. Which one blows the most?
I'm going to say Doodle Raz because they're voiced by Gurr.
Oh no! No! Because Raz is
And look
fucking
like
Zim,
this?
right?
Yes.
No!
Yeah, Raz is Zim.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Doodle Raz is so good.
And he's like paper thin and will run around in the game world and do things.
Look at
That's
this.
really good. Yes.
Look at this Doodle Raz. Sweet God.
Mothman.
Okay. Any words about your nomination for Mothman?
No, he's Mothman. He's
Okay.
Mothman. Muito real.
Very muito real.
Let's go.
The baby elephant / Her Majesty from It Takes Two because nothing is funnier than that cutscene.
All right.
I am going to vote for the Laporits as a mass because they're actually... You go to the moon,
Mm-hmm.
and there's just these guys.
Okay.
And they're all named things like Building Way if they build things, or Pudding Way if they're obsessed with pudding.
Oh.
Oh yeah, because in FF4 had Naming Way, which was a
Yes.
rabbit that would change your name.
Yes.
And then in that, there was like a very sly thing of, yeah, what if they came from the moon? And here they're like, what if there's 1 million of these? And they do something in here, but they have those names, and it's like there's
great.
There's an emotional scene where one of the characters in 14 says, no, you're useful because of this in your name, and they try to give like flowery language for it of like, you're named this and you do this and this. And he goes, what's your name? Pudding Way? And he goes, oh, and then he recovers, but it's real fucked up. Also, there's one called Cheating Way, and it plays triple triad.
Yeah.
Yeah. They sure did make a race of Scrimblos, didn't they?
Also, there's a really good scene, one of the best scenes in Endwalker, where a guy's like, hey, you lived on the moon and only had carrots, and now you're trying human food. Why don't you take a bite of this lemon?
And that's when they become the pop team image, right?
Yes, there's plenty of art that has been made this week of just them doing it.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty good.
So I'm going to vote for them and for my... And you know what? I'm going to abstain. Those are the only 4 Scrimblos that I'm willing to vote for.
Okay. That's fair. As usual, you can withhold a vote. You can also use that vote later. Maybe someone makes a good argument. You can swap votes around. This is a fluid process. I'm going to go next. I'm going to nominate The Rot from Kana. They're so fucking Scrimblo.
Yes.
Yep.
These fuzzy black beings that are maybe 3 inches tall that just make cute sounds and do goofy stuff and fall over.
And you give them little hats.
And they can sit on your head while you swim, or you can sit with them.
And the thing to me, one of the most important parts of being a Scrimblo is that you are almost definitely the mascot in some other timeline of a terrible Eurojank platform.
Yes.
And I could absolutely, I mean, look at them. I could absolutely see that happening. That is an important aspect to me of what it means to be a Scrimblo. So I'm nominating The Rot based on that. They're also delightful. Not every Scrimblo is delightful.
Yeah, some are Scrimblos because they're not delightful.
Yes.
Yeah, see, Dan was like, well, to be a Scrimblo on some other timeline, you have to be a Eurojank platformer mascot. And I'm like, but on another timeline, you have to also be able to be racist.
Let's see. I'm going to give it to the baby elephant and it takes 2. That cutscene's hilarious. Fucking Her Majesty is a lot to deal with. There's a strong Scribblo energy at the core of that character who's just like, everyone's protecting me for what's going on. Hey, how are you two? Do you want to have tea and hugs?
And then you pull her arms off.
Yes. I think there's a Scribblo energy there at the heart of Her Majesty from It Takes Two. So I'm gonna say that. There's you could be delighted by Scrimblos and you could be undelighted by Scrimblos. I think Midgie walks the line at all times in Demon Turf.
Yes.
Midgie's like, I'm your best friend, and I spend most of that game going, why? And that's kind of how I feel about like everyone in that game though. Where it's just like, hey, we have a relationship. We're sisters? No, I guess we're just friends. And I'm like, yeah, why?
With Midgie, there's that extra layer of like, they're gonna go with an angle where he is a creep, right?
Yeah, I thought that was the arc of the game.
And that just doesn't happen.
And then there was no follow through, and it was just like, what did you write here? So I'm nominating Midgie. I have 2 more votes. I'm giving it to Doodle Raz. The knowledge that thing's voiced by Gurr and looking at art of Doodle Raz is killing me. It just makes sense.
And you can pay money to make him shut up.
Oh, yeah.
If only every Scrimblo had that feature. And I will go ahead and, for now at very least, abstain with my 5th vote. We will move on to Bob.
Okay, go ahead and put one on Rot.
Okay.
Those things are the most Scrimblo ever.
I know. I saw them and instantly went, man, that's a Scrimblo.
I'm going to give a vote to White Cat.
Okay, tell me about White Cat.
White Cat's a character in your party, but she's also propped up as like a mascot character for this entry in the series of Use 9.
Okay, I thought you were saying the cereal. So she's like a mascot character almost for Monster and Nox?
Yes, they make a plush of her you can really buy.
What? Okay, I'm gonna look up images of White Cat while you continue.
And she's basically has the worst part of the story. Because in her arc, she's giving money to the poor.
Oh, God.
Okay.
And then the arc is realizing, no, the poor need to lift themselves up by their bootstraps.
It's like a boomer. She has to learn like the boomer lesson.
Yeah, it's really dire. And
Wait, she's not a cat?
well, she
She
got
turns
cat
into a
ears.
cat girl.
Yeah.
I've posted images.
That's actually not how she normally looks.
Oh, okay. This
Not
is
at
just
all,
promotional image about a special outfit
Yeah,
or
I think
something.
that's a special
Yeah,
outfit.
that's an alternate costume.
Yeah, if we can find
I
it.
just laugh when I Google and they're like, do you mean Krisha Pendleton?
Yes, that's her real name.
What?
Yeah, because all the monstrums in East 9 have real identities. They're just cursed. To have these
I'm
monster
gonna lose it,
forms.
Bob. Is this how this person normally looks?
Yes, when she's not in white cat mode.
Yeah, it's like here's her white cat. Like I said on Big Think Dimensions way back, there's another character that has a gun that just shoots you with a bullet that makes you into a BlazBlue character.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's killing me hearing that come out of the normal art for this character. Just like, you need to lift yourself up.
I'm just like Googling it, and then I'm hit with the thing of, oh, it's not an animal. Oh, here's one of its here's it on a body pillow.
Also, she's voiced by Christina V, who does have a tendency to voice Scrimblo-esque anime girls.
I mean, Christina V, was she Sarabella or Misfortune? She's one of those two, I'm pretty sure.
She's Misfortune, but no, she's not. She's not that. She is probably Sarabella, but she's definitely
she's also Shantae.
Oh, she's Shantae.
Yeah, she's Shantae. I think she's the main character in Miraculous Ladybug, who is definitely a Scrimblo-esque anime girl.
Mm-hmm.
And just like, yeah, if you're voiced by Christina V, you're automatically Scrimblo adjacent.
Okay, she's Sarabella, yeah.
But yeah, I think that there's a certain energy to her, and then selling plushes of her that turns us from regular character into Scrimblo.
Okay. The elements surrounding this person,
Yes.
propping them up, it causes Scrimbloification.
Right.
I understand.
Morgana.
Okay.
It doesn't even matter what he does in Strikers. It doesn't.
I haven't played it, but I can assume everything Morgana does in Strikers.
There's a reason this character replaced Jack Frost for a few years. That was his icon.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Scrimblo.
I get where you're coming from.
He's also probably racist.
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay, that was 3 from me, right?
Mm-hmm. Because you did the Rot, White Cat, and Morgana.
I'm gonna give it to Hootle because I really like Hootle as a mascot character. I think they're great. Sometimes Scrimblo has a positive connotation.
Yeah.
Like with the Rot. Of just like, oh yeah, I could see this as a total mascot platformer. It's very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing Hootle. I'm looking at pictures.
Look at that perfect little dude. Owned by a racist.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't feel strongly enough about the rest, so I'll just leave it at 4.
Okay, got it. KZ.
Hootle. Hootle is wonderful. Small little orb bird. Absolutely precious. And does the one thing that I need from a Tales of mascot. Not speak. Because so many of these motherfuckers have to be voiced.
See, that downplays it as a Scrimblo to me, because I'm like, no, you need that motherfucker from Berseria with the top hat who is fucking horrible.
I forgot about that thing. I was like, what the hell did Berseria have?
Is that the thing that looks like a pickle, or is that in Zillia?
No, you're thinking of Tipo from Zillia, the purple pickle bag thing that seemingly is a normal enemy in this game.
Berseria has Bien Fu, who is obviously like a ripoff of Morgana from Persona 5.
Yeah, it is.
You have this fucking horrible creature.
Oh, God. Yeah, that is like Morgana adjacent. What in the world?
Yeah, this little dude exists so that the mage with the book skirt can just bully someone all the time.
Yeah, that's pretty Scrimblo.
Yeah.
Yeah, for not giving her meth fast enough.
Jesus.
Yeah, so Hootle. I'm a big fan of Hootle because Hootle, unlike them, does not speak, makes little hootly noises.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who else on this list? Mothman? I like Mothman. You know what? I look at Mothman the same way I do a good Scrimblo, where their presence makes me happy. despite the fact that I don't necessarily think Scrimblos need to be 5'7".
Yeah, no, that's discomforting.
Yeah, and Scribbles probably shouldn't be that tall.
Yeah,
I don't even think White Cat's that tall.
Yeah, like Mothman's really tall and incredibly mean. But I love him. I tried to hold him in SMT5 as long as possible.
This is gonna sound weird, okay?
Okay.
Does Mothman have too much of a spine to be a Scrimblo?
Now you can have a spine. You don't have to be a pushover.
Yeah.
Are you saying, Dan? Are you suggesting that a character with tood can't be a Scrimblo?
I am suggesting that the ferociousness of most Scrimblos matches up with Chio-chan in the penguin outfit when she gets shoved over in Azumanga Daioh. Most of them just relive that moment over and over throughout their careers.
Oh no, I forgot to vote for Midgi. Can you show that on for me?
Oh, Midgi? Yeah, sure. Midgi sucks.
Yeah,
I mentioned, yeah, they suck, and they're a penguin that gets shoved over, and you're like, all right, Midgi. So that was no vote for Mothman, or
That was a vote for Mothman.
okay? I wasn't clear because at first it sounded
No,
uncertain.
I was
Okay,
like, I was
Got
like
it.
Mothman, even despite the fact that they are like 5'7" and would say a slur.
I feel like the acrobat probably would too.
Oh,
You mean Arrow the acrobat?
Arrow
yeah.
the acrobat, yes.
Okay, so I got Hoodle, I got Mothman.
He absolutely would slur.
Okay.
Arrow sucks.
I'll also pick the Loporits from Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. They are delightful, including Sleeping Way. The intergalactic pilot is the one that falls asleep every 5 minutes. What's wrong with them? The baby elephant, the queen from It Takes Two.
Okay.
Mainly because I was already laughing as soon as I heard them speak once.
Yeah.
And then the funny, maybe one of the funniest scenes of the year happens. And then I go, oh my lord. I feel I'm delighted but also uncomfortable at the exact same time. So that's 4. Let me do one more once over. Yeah, I'm gonna abstain. I don't need to necessarily do a 5th.
Okay. Give me one moment to sort this. Okay. So we're still open to discussions, but we have a 6-way tie.
Oh no!
That's pretty bad, but hey, at least if you're positive about it, we got rid of 4 things.
Whoa.
Do we want to make it a 7-way tie?
No. Well, I mean, I'm going to be trying to talk down the baby elephant and talk up Doodle Raz, but to mention those who did not follow us to the stage, Cat Goomba and Forest Spirit got no votes. White Cat and Morgana got 1 vote each. I am open to hearing the discussion there. Like, if somebody really wants to make the argument to bring up either of those.
Morgana really deserves it, but he was in a spin-off game this year. He wasn't in the main game this year.
Yeah, he's 4 years old. He's old and busted.
Yeah, this is,
It's old Scrimblo. We want new Scrimblo.
Like Boss Man.
Yes, new Scrimblo, like Mothman.
but Shin Megami Tensei is a niche franchise compared to the juggernaut that is Persona.
Wait.
just ignore this subtitle.
Man, Jesus Christ.
But yeah, I'm not going to push for getting those up. I will definitely push for not having Elephant Baby be number 1 because, oh man, I don't even get Scrimblo entries from that.
I'm all in on Baby Elephant.
I think there's some Scrimblo spine like stuff going on there of just baby elephant has a real Chio-chan getting shoved over in a penguin outfit shit. Where it's just like, you suck and we're going to watch you fall over. But that's the thing. Baby elephant doesn't suck that much. They suck, but not that much.
Yeah, but I also don't think Scrimblo need to suck.
I don't think the design screams Scrimblo to me. It doesn't feel like it could be a
The
90s
voice,
platformer
though.
character at all.
Yeah, it's all in the voice. It's not in the visual design of that character.
Right, and that's where it falls apart for me. It's like it needs a design that makes me be like Scrimblo detected from a mile away. I don't need to have to hear it.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, that's why the raw immediately popped for me.
Right.
Or I'm just like, yeah, it's you. Here, Scrimblo. So here's what I'm gonna say. Let's do a vote on the 7 instead of just the 6 that tied. Let's do another vote on the 7. We get 3 votes each, but of course, we're open to discussion. The votes are just an easier way to facilitate intent, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'd make this penetrable, so that would be cool.
Okay, we'll start voting with KZ.
All right. Hoodle,
Okay.
Loperitz, and Baby Elephant.
Okay. Feel?
Loperitz,
Okay.
Doodle Raz,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna stick with Baby Elephant.
Okay.
Just the voice really sells it for me. The voice and the not understanding what's going on even as they're being killed. It's so good.
Yeah.
Family game of the year.
I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Doodle Raz, Rot, I'm tied between a few in my head. I'm gonna continue to give it to Midgie. Midgie does have Scrimblo energy to me. I think the art style of the whole game really enhances that. I think you could do a similar design in a different art style and it wouldn't seem so Scrimblo.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do those 3. Bob?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, Mid-G.
Okay.
It's bad.
In the case of Midgie, yes.
Yeah, he's sickly with Scrimblo energy, whereas my final vote, Hoodle, is, positive Scrimblo energy.
Okay.
I hit a scene with Hoodle at one point.
No, this is not good.
Hey, at least we dropped one.
Yeah. I hit a scene with Hoodle at one point where everyone's getting owned and then Hoodle faces off against this enemy I can take you down, Virgil guy. and then the dude goes in to cut down this bird that is maybe 6 inches tall and gets parried by the main character. And Hoodle's only reactions go, "Ugh," and then falls.
That's fair.
Just from a stroke.
Okay, so we just did a 6-way tie. But we dropped the 7th nominee, Mothman.
I'm sorry, Mothman. You're 45 years old.
2. I think it's time to force ourselves to let the children go off the cliff.
We've been too kind. We have to lock ourselves in.
Okay. So instead of doing another round of voting, I'm going to just make a statement first.
Okay.
To me, the reason why Baby Elephant doesn't have my backing at this stage of voting is Baby Elephant's voice and personality is very Scrimblo. But to me, one of the most important parts of Scrimblo isn't the visual design. Because I do absolutely agree with you, too, that character's energy in that scene and the voice is there. But I feel like it being a toy from the 80s, which is definitely what it looks like, which made me question when that game takes place.
Everything in that feels like 80s.
Yes. That's why it doesn't have my vote at this point, and Doodle Raz definitely has my full support to go to the top. Because Doodle Raz is driving me insane. Because
I can only look at one thing at a time on my phone, Dan. So I haven't looked at Doodle Raz in a minute.
Doodle
Oh
Raz,
my god.
Doodle Raz has potential to be literally the best thing in that game. Oh man. Did anyone want to make any other proselytizations before we move on? Voting wise.
I don't have any like grand statements to say no.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any grand
I'm
statements,
just here
but
waiting to vote.
Rot from the announcement of this game have just been a Scrimblo. It's
Yeah.
just literally, here is our mascot.
You may have not picked up Rot the platformer on Super Nintendo.
Yeah, you picked up Plock instead.
Yeah, you picked up Plock. Your parents did that to you.
What a great game. A solid 4.
But yeah, I'm good to move on to voting.
Okay, good. Great. So we've got 6 nominees. We're gonna get 2 votes each, and this is gonna
I thought it'd be 1 vote.
What?
Because didn't we
wouldn't
already do
even-
2?
No, we did 3.
Oh, okay.
Did 3.
Okay.
That's how we have 12 points distributed here. And also, if we did 1 across 6 nominees,
That'd be funny.
it would definitely drop 2.
it would keep us here longer. So,
Man. Whatever. We'll do 2 votes real quick. 2 votes each.
All right.
Bob.
Rot.
You can withhold at this stage even, but
I'll do Hoodle because I want to vote for, positivity.
okay. Sure. I'll go next. Doodle Raz and Rot. KZ.
Hoodle Loperitz.
Okay, Feel.
Doodle Raz. Hoodle.
Wow.
I'm resistant to the Rot. I've been resistant to the Rot this whole time because they have an inherent wholesomeness, which I think is not fitting the Scrimblo type. Even if a Scrimblo is ultimately positive, like Hoodle or Doodle Raz are, they have to have some kind of element of unpleasantness to them.
So real
There's
quick.
nothing
They have to have
unpleasant
a
about
dark
Hoodle.
energy.
I
Yes, there is.
What?
He's owned by a racist.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, because the only thing I can think of is sometimes Hoodle will get mad and just start assaulting one of the party members over and over again.
So Phil, I'm gonna ask you some questions. Would you consider Rystar or Restar a Scrimblo?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider Starfy a Scrimblo?
No.
Too wholesome?
Too wholesome.
Okay.
And I feel like they're like it's the Eurojank platformer thing where it has to be like a mascot that is a little bit too corporate.
I don't know. Like I would follow the opposite direction where I feel like Starfy is the more weirdly over cute that makes me feel corporate. And Rystar is the one that feels more.
Starfy's over cute, but Rystar has like Sonic's feet and hands.
Yes.
I consider both Scrimblos for different reasons. I think Starfy's fine. Look at him. He's like, hey.
For me, I don't get Scrimblo energy from Starfy, but that's not because of this idea about corporate polish or anything being over-engineered. I just don't get that energy like I do with Restar or Arrow the Acrobat or Plock.
Fucking love Plock.
Or, the
if Ray-
patron saint of Scrimblos, Bubsy.
What if Rayman was terrible? Here, have Plock.
What's the level design? Shapes and colors.
We're going to make this game in 15 minutes.
This game's designed for the Amiga. What are you playing it on? You're playing it wrong. Okay, so what happened to that voting? To recap it for the audience who doesn't get to stare at the spreadsheet.
Right.
3 votes ended up on Hoodle. 2 votes ended up on Rot and Doodle Raz. 1 vote ended up on the Loporits, meaning the baby elephant and Midgie fall straight to hell.
Death.
I'm
Your grand filibuster against the baby elephant one, just like in the game, is in horrible pain and is crying.
it's just. Oh no, you hurt yourself. I need someone to sell me on Hoodle as a Scrimblo. Who's ready to step up to really sell me why Hoodle deserves this over Raz. Doodle Raz. It's Hoodle versus Doodle.
Well,
for me.
I don't know.
Okay, Doodle Raz doesn't show up until the last chunk of the game, and they're not actually in any cutscenes. They are just a power, and they're a wolf door power.
Yeah,
They exist because they can turn sideways and go through bars and then pull a lever to open the door for you.
Okay.
Whereas Hoodle's there the entire game,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
He will always...
And is a vehicle for the mechanic where you collect other Scrimblos that give you costume pieces.
Yes. So what'll happen is you're running around in a town, and then suddenly Hoodle just appears and go, ooh. And then you've got to look around the environment, and then you'll find a random other owl of a varying size wearing a cosmetic that you will then unlock for you to wear. It's like, this one's got sunglasses. This one has a dumb hat. I also enjoy Hoodle because you'll enter a skit, and Hoodle will just be mimicking the exact same emotion that Renwell usually has at the time. And sometimes during a skit, I'm just always looking, what's Hoodle doing right now?
Okay, so here's how I feel on this. I can deal with us deliberating on the top 3 that are listed here. You know, Hoodle, which got 3 votes, Doodle Raz, and Rot, that got 2. I can deal with those. If we cut Loporits.
Well, they only got 1 vote, so they're cut.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah. I'm the only one that voted for it, so I'll let it die.
Okay. Okay, so we're down to 3.
We could just go to you get 1.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. I'm just
This is fucked up.
yeah, this is fucked up. Honestly,
My brain went, oh, fuck, we're voting between them. God damn it. Even the one that won didn't really win.
Right? No, not yet.
This is the Electoral College.
no, I'm willing to hear reasons that Hoodle should absolutely win and not get voted on. If people feel that strongly,
I think we just move on to the voting because I think that there's enough split here that maybe it won't even make sense anymore.
And you know, once again, as I keep stressing throughout all of Game of the Year, this is absolutely a lingual thing. It doesn't just have to be these numbers.
Right.
Yeah, I'm good to move to 1 vote for the top 3. And then we can talk from there. We'll let KZ go first.
Hoodle.
Bob.
Right.
Feel.
Doodle.
Fuck.
No!
I'm gonna scream.
It's up to you, Dan.
Yeah, I'm the problem. The problem is I have a 2-way split internally between Doodle and Ron, so this is the worst. And why did I go 3rd or last?
Okay. Ultimately, Doodle Raz is voiced by Gurr, the most Scrimblo character in history.
This thing has lived in Hot Topic for more than half of my life.
Right.
So I can really
It's still
understand.
in there.
Yeah.
It's still in
Yeah,
there. You
I
can
know,
walk
I
into
know
Hot
it's
Topic
still
and
in
buy
there.
a
That's why I
Gurr
said
hoodie
more than half
right
my
now.
I mean, yeah, realistically, expanding beyond platformer games, Gurr really is the patron saint of Scrimblos.
I keep looking at this thing from Tales of Versaria. And like, if that was here, it would win.
Oh, it would.
Unfortunately,
it's
unfortunately that was
horrible.
from 2017.
Yeah.
Look at its eyes. Yeah,
2018. But yeah,
Okay.
like
God.
it's bad. It's a sex pest. It's no good at all.
I think it literally betrays you.
Imagine getting betrayed by that thing of all things. I'm gonna throw it in for Doodle Raz. I wasn't ready for that thing to be voiced by Gur. I was here to I was here to put Ra on the board. So this last minute betrayal is killing me.
And keep in mind, there's not like a cutscene where it introduces itself. You throw it out and it starts talking. You go, wait.
I'm looking at it, and yeah, of course it fucking won.
Yeah, the only thing that I have against it, it's too human.
I think humans can be Scrimblos.
Like
that thing's barely as human as the thing from Chalk Zone. Are you telling me that creature is not a Scrimblo?
Yeah, I agree
Snap.
I agree with the notion that that is about the same.
I don't know what that is. So.
1 second, pulling it up. Yeah, we're talking about this dude, Snap from Chalk Zone.
Rudy, you gotta draw it.
That. Yeah, that's fair. That thing's hardly human.
I would also argue anything that sounds like Gur isn't human at all.
That is a really strong argument.
But yeah, with it being voiced by Gur, I'm not going to fight it.
I'm also not going to fight it.
I can't believe Doodle Raz took this.
Out of all things, I didn't expect Psychonauts 2 to have the strongest Scrimblo of the year.
I mean, look at the art style.
I mean,
game.
to
It's
be
not
fair,
too surprising.
That kind of makes sense as Bob's saying that kind of makes sense that those two that Psychonauts 2 would birth a Scrimblo. Okay. So we need to figure out second and third because they're still tied. We're going to do one vote each, and of course, I'm open to just arguing. I'll vote Rot. Feel?
For number 2.
Yeah, 2 and 3. And which one do you want as second?
Hoodle.
KZ.
Hoodle.
Bob.
Oh God, it's out to this. My vote's Rot,
Okay.
but I'm fine. I am fine with Hoodle taking second place. I think Hoodle is a very positive Scrimblo that people should live up to. Like,
Are you saying Hoodle is one of the... No, I'm not.
Rod is a Scrimblo character. This can't be denied.
Yeah.
But when I look at them and they do that smile, their little toothy grin, and I'm like, I don't really like you. Whereas when Hoodle's on screen, I'm like, I'm in a good mood.
Oh, I love the Rot.
oh yeah, when you can just go into photo mode and sit with them and hang out, I'm like, man, this is...
Yeah, I'm just not
great.
really a fan.
Oh, wow.
I do like their DPS potential. That's pretty good. That's pretty solid.
That does Hoodle, but Hoodle's one of their best features is when you get into a battle and Renwell just says, "Hi, Hoodle."
Yeah, and it sounds like she's saying hi to it.
It's just like, hey, what's up, Poodle?
Hey, bro.
It's so great.
Yeah,
What a guy.
I'm willing to cede to the logic of people who have played Tales of Arise. I have literally zero firsthand experience, and I'm torn based on the description I'm hearing. That it is not that it is a Scrimblo. I will not argue that, but that it is more Scrimblo than Rot. But I will cede to the logic of people who have played Tales of Arise.
I can see a lot of personality in this bird. See it react to things. Sometimes some people are rude to him, and then he gets mad and then starts assaulting them. And then the dude's like, please stop, please make him stop.
that okay. Scrimblo should be vicious.
Yeah.
I think that pushes him into it more than the Rot, because the Rot will attack your enemies. They won't attack you.
Yeah, there's just a moment where it's just he just starts attacking one of the party members.
A Scrimblo should always have the potential to just gnaw someone's ankles off.
Doodle Raz definitely brings that.
Yeah, I like how all of this is like, what's the closest it can be to Neko Arc without being Neko Arc?
Yeah, and all of these things have incredibly large and round eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll hear out the list. Runner up is really complicated, so we're not even going to do it this time.
That's fair.
But the top 3 is third place. Third category of Scrimblo of the Year goes to third place, Rot from Kena, Hoodle from Tales of Arise in second place, and first place goes to Doodle Raz, who is the GigaBoots Scrimblo of the Year.
So powerful.
This might be the one I use for my Twitter promotion.
It's a good one.
Okay. We escaped. Oh,
This might be our most contentious one of all time.
oh I know.
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
to place this category so carefully. It was genuinely difficult.
It's like holding like hot copper. You've got you got to get pliers for it.
Moving on. Next category is worst plot twist.
Oh my god!
We got a lot in here.
I
Yeah,
know
we
there's a
do.
lot to talk about.
Obviously, we will be spoiling some video games. Nominees are Death's Door, Demon Turf's Ending, Halo Infinite, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, not getting to kill Red Acted in Neo Twowie, Returnal deleting KZ Solid State Drive. These are two different nominations.
I didn't write that one in.
I did. Betrayal. Solar Ash. Scarlet Nexus. 12 Minutes. And World of Warcraft Shadowlands patch 9.2. Definitely the most unique subject for a
Spread.
plot
I mean,
twist.
a World of Warcraft got on our list in the year 2021.
I know. That must be some powerful medicine.
They're like, good news! WoW made it into our Game of the Year awards. They're like, wow, we're so wait.
Wait a minute. I'm tempted. I guess we should go with 5 votes.
Yeah.
We have 11 nominees.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, we need to start clarifying what the plot twist is we're voting on some of these.
Yeah, I am looking at some in confusion.
So for Returnal, who nominated that?
I think I did. I'm willing to say what it is.
What's the worst plot twist?
That none of it's real, and you figure that out within the first hour.
Within the first hour.
Okay.
I put on Death's Door. I'm not going to vote for it, but
Okay.
I did want to beat up on it a little bit. Death's Door has a secret ending.
Mhm.
I looked up what you had to do to get it, and I was like, I don't want to do that because I was 80% sure of what it would be
Okay.
before I even looked it up. So I just watched it, and yes, it was what I thought. Dear indie game developers, please stop making the secret ending of your indie game that it was a sequel to your previous indie game.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I think that's really eye rolling, and it's predictable at this point. And in Death's Door, it's like your character in Death's Door has the soul of the character from Titan Souls, and I'm like, I didn't like Titan Souls. Why are you tying it in?
I did like watching the No Clip documentary when they're like, we designed the exact same areas but in 3D, where it's like you're fighting the Frog King in the place you fought the Knight in Titan Souls.
I don't think that's a plot twist so much because it's not it's just there's more information, but it doesn't really change the perspective on anything.
Yeah.
I understand that argument.
I think it's lame for sure. Because I did all the stuff to get it, and I was like, I like doing that stuff, but that's
I had to put it in because I put in Code Vein for this exact same thing.
right.
I did think it was really funny when they show footage of Titan Souls, and I'm like, those are two of the same bosses. Why'd you bring back the Yeti? I hate this thing.
I'm also I also put on Guardians of the Galaxy, and will again not vote for it, but I wanted to punch it for a second.
I was going to ask what this was because I can't even think of one, but I think I know what it is, and I'm like, that's really lame.
Blue Ellie not being Star-Lord's kid is lame.
Yeah.
You spend the whole game with him dealing with that, and then right at the end they're like, actually no, they're not really your kid. There's a weird adopted situation. It has nothing to do with you, even though she looks significantly more human.
They're like,
than the mom.
Here's your old friend, Star-Lord. She has a child now. She had a child 9 years ago. And then the dialogue options are, don't do the math, do the math.
Yeah, Star-Lord's entire arc through this game almost is that is my daughter, and I need to confront this and become her father. And it's like at the very end, no, she's not actually your daughter. She's still part of the team though, so you're basically your father, but some dudes get weird when we imply that a character they like is a dad, so we can't do that.
Yeah, it was that weird thing.
So
It's
it's
like
like-
you didn't actually change any stakes here. You've just taken that away from the game story, which is weird and dumb and bad.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in order to vote, I'm going to need to know all of these.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
let's move to
Okie
12
dokie.
minutes.
Okay.
KZ, you go.
In 12 minutes, the entire basis of that game is that you're trying to find out, what's going on, because you're just in an endless loop of a cop coming in and trying to shoot your wife, and there's like this mystery. Oh, did she kill her dad? Did she not? There are like multiple twists in this game that are stupid. Where it's like, I only shot my father once, but then he got shot again later. And there's proof through the fact that here's a photo of me on Christmas, but he technically died after Christmas, but I didn't know that, so I always assumed that he died from me.
That's hilarious.
But
Wait, so not yet Christmas. That means
It
it's
wasn't
not Christmas.
There's a lot of stupid shit in 12 minutes that's just like that. But the one, and then there's stuff like where it's like the cop isn't actually a cop. He's like some like private investigator or something who is related, who is friends with the dad who died. But really, the twist that comes in that actually you play as essentially the brother of your wife, and it's an incestual relationship in which you impregnated her. Is in fact what I put in as worst plot twist, because once it happens, endings start, and all the endings are really, really stupid and bad. Where it's like, is everything real? Is this him stuck in his purgatory? Or when the real dad, who also is voiced by Willem Dafoe, who voices the cop, so are they the same character and are they real? Through them brainwashing you into unthinking this? There's a lot of really stupid stuff in 12 minutes where I can't definitively tell you how that game ends.
Cool. Bob, I assume Solar Ash is you.
Yeah.
Go.
The entire game, you're yelled at by a giant lady who's obviously knows exactly what's going on but won't explain it to you.
Oh, nice. That's my thing.
At the end of the game, she's like, I'm you from the future. Don't do this. Do not hit the button. It will cause an endless loop. I could have said this 10 hours ago, but I didn't. So yeah, that's the worst plot twist.
Okay. Thank you for that. We're gonna move on to World of Warcraft Shadowlands patch 9.2. If you'll summarize.
Okay, so in Warcraft 3, which came out almost 20 years ago at this fucking point, there was a character named Sylvanas Windrunner. She's a high elf ranger, and she dies in the first mission you meet her in, because you're playing as Arthas the Death Knight. After Arthas dies and becomes evil, you play as him, and that's the undead campaign. So you kill her and resurrect her as a banshee, and some shit happens. And in World of Warcraft, she's the leader of the Forsaken, the undead that broke away from the big evil undead faction. And she does a lot of girl boss war crimes.
Mm-hmm.
She like blows up a city. She sets fire to the elves' big dumb world tree. The meta plot of World of Warcraft for over a decade, because I think it was 2010 that Cataclysm came out, and in World of Warcraft Cataclysm, she dies. She gets brought back to life because undead are funny, but she's like, I found out I'm going to hell. This cannot stand. So I have to get rid of death.
Okay.
Which is what causes Shadowlands. She like rips open the veil between fucking life and death and is working with some big bad evil guy in the afterlife, and it all sucks a lot. But then they go, her soul's fractured and she has information we need. So we need to go into her soul and work shit out so she can tell us where we have to go to stop the jailer's plan.
Is this a Destiny character?
Pretty much. So you get the revelation No, she didn't experience the horror of being dead and being a banshee and like a slave, and then like became and like went through reactive character development from things happening to her. Her soul was just broken, so evil Sylvanas was in control. So then they reconcile that, meaning the character that has existed for literally all the World of Warcraft, it was fake and is now erased.
Okay.
They put this out on top of all of their lawsuit shit.
Okay. We're going to move on to Halo Infinite. Who nominated it?
I think I did.
Okay. Would you like to...
It's one of those, it could have been any of us, so who knows?
Would you like to say what the plot twist is?
I would nominate it for we skipped Halo 6.
That would also be mine.
That would also be
That would also be mine. So, okay, we're all on the same page of Halo 6 is a game we were clearly leading to, and Halo Infinite shock takes place after it. The teacher rolls in the projector and shows you a film about how that happened. Okay, cool.
It delivers all the information in the worst way possible.
It fucking does. It's making Destiny 1 look like a salient and wholly formed product. Oh, man. Okay, we're going to go to not getting to kill Red Acted in Neo 12.
Yeah, I can do
I
Neo
was
12.
also pretty hard on this one, too, yeah.
So there's a character, and this is spoilers for Neo, The World Ends With You. There's a character named Kubo who's a piece of shit.
He's
he looks
very
like
funny.
he looks like this. He sounds like Meowth.
Oh, God.
He's one of the primary antagonists, and every time you run up on him, he like runs away while also saying that he'd beat your ass super hard if you fought. He's basically the primary antagonist of the game. And you don't get to fight him. Because The World Ends With You, like one of the bigger guys from like the greater cosmology of The World Ends With You, which I don't want to get into and explain, and is like, oh, don't worry, he was breaking the rules, so I showed up and erased him. You still have to fight. You still have to fight the thing he left behind, though. Okay, bye.
I almost considered putting this in like best moment, where it's like he reveals that he has engineered everything, has created seemingly an unwinnable situation, and he's really nailed it, and he's laughing. And then a beam shoots out from the sky and eviscerates him. And from then on, he has been deleted.
Yeah, he's been deleted. Nobody remembers him but you.
Yes, he has literally been erased from everything, so that's why he's referred to as redacted.
Okay.
So when you go back and try to explain things, people are like, I don't know who that is. Who are you talking about?
Oh, I only made it redacted because I was like, maybe Dan or Bob will beat it before we do Game of the Year. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna spoil it if that happens.
Oh yeah.
I haven't been like this mad at a character that needs to be turned into a smear, not getting turned into a smear, since fucking Nui from Kill la Kill. Where it's the same situation of fuck you, you need to die, and I don't get to do it, so I'm mad.
Every single one of Kubo's sprites are terrible.
Is him being a piece of shit.
It's just he's just being horrible all the time and talking like Meowth, and it's really funny.
Bob,
Yeah.
I assume Demon Turf's ending was you.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what this is, so I'm excited.
Oh, man. Did I want to talk about this on content, but I was trying to be polite.
So the whole game, you're working to fight the Demon King.
Yes. The Demon King who enters your dreams to vex you. Then you wake up and you decide you're going to conquer these 4 realms to unlock the door to the Demon King to kick his butt.
Yes.
Go ahead.
You beat him. He then does a big reveal that he is actually this mummy kid who's in town and has totally talked to you. I walked by him and never noticed before.
Yeah, he's literally the first human you lock eyes on once you leave your house. And he's just the most forgettable character. The only line in the whole game that sets up for this moment is his dad runs a shop. And he goes, yeah, kids always got to be proving themselves. That's it.
Yeah.
And guess what, guys? He's this mummy kid, and he just wants to be your friend.
Boo!
He's always waiting for the
0
beat
out
drop.
of 10.
Yeah.
This has ensured I never go back to this fucking game.
Yeah, it's dire. I have no idea what they were thinking.
This is on top of a game that has two other really obvious plot lines it needs to have an arc to and resolve, and it doesn't do anything with either. Between Midgie clearly being a creep, and there's supposed to be something there, and the other chick who I thought was your older sister for most of the game, and then eventually it's just real. No, she's your friend. She's just being weirdly shitty in the way older siblings do for this entire game. Nothing happens there really either. Not much. So on top of these two extremely frustrating plot, I'm going to need you to be about something. That is the conclusion of Demon Turf. I'm glad I saved this for Game of the Year.
We have some real bad plot twists this year, man.
We're still not done.
One of the first things Bob said was like, "Man, this game's story is so bad," and I'm like, "Have you beaten it?"
I do remember that, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Do you realize how bad it's gonna get? Because man, is that all of them?
No, we still haven't talked about Scarlet Nexus.
Hello.
The game that has a new plot twist every chapter that's basically irrelevant.
Okay, so Bob, which ones did you want to talk about? Did you want to talk about the one where it's like, oh no, Yuito, male protag's dad, is murdered by the female main character, except no, she was not. It was instead a member of her squad, but which you will immediately find out through the act of playing her story. But you won't know in the male main character because she refuses to speak to you.
Yeah, the part where she refuses to talk to the main character for like a good 3 or 4 missions straight, and then the big reveal of why she didn't makes no sense.
It's like half the game of I cannot justify or tell you anything. I must try and kill you. You could also do the twist that the reason that the female main character wants to kill the male main character is because she, through time travel, met a future version of the male main character, who is a blind old samurai man with the pointy hat, who reveals that his powers caused the apocalypse, so you have to kill him to stop it from happening. Or it could be the one where everyone comes from the moon.
I think that one's actually cool. But they reveal in the worst way possible of you found a terminal that's going to tell you about how all humans came from the moon 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you read this pamphlet.
Yeah, please access these 3 terminals, which you don't even get on the other character side.
And I thought the worst plot twist with Scarlet Nexus was that they stole the whole thing from World Trigger.
Or the one that I was thinking of earlier when you were asking me off content, Bob, what are we gonna pick? Where it was they established at the very beginning of the game in Yuito, the main male character story, that he is a part of a long line of legendary like warriors. Mm-hmm. And like the hero that saved everything is this dude who only wears armor where you can't see their face. And the conclusion of this game was that the main antagonist, Karen, written like Karen, traveled back in time and killed that guy, put on his armor, and then traveled to the future. And then met his present self, and they both fused to get slightly stronger.
This sounds...
Can we fucking go?
Yeah,
this game clearly is written from the angle of I need to surprise and dismay the audience at all times, and it's just
Yes.
it's really stupid.
Remember when we did a spoiler cast on Astral Chain?
Yeah.
And Bob described Astral Chain as the shonen anime I dropped 3 times. I think Scarlet Nexus deserves to be the shonen anime nobody picked up.
Yeah.
That's true because the anime is already out. Because Sunrise adapted it at the exact same time the game came out.
I don't think anyone watched it though.
I looked at it and went, this looks worse than the anime scenes in the game, so yes. Also, apparently it spoils its biggest stuff in the first episode.
Brilliant.
This is a lot to deal with.
But there you go. That was all the possible examples. I don't know where we're gonna lock on to there, Bob.
I think we could just be like everything in Scarlet Nexus. You know how
I'm
you
okay
work
with
for an organization that's about fighting others,
Oh fuck yeah!
and you find out, no one actually retires; they all just get killed.
Yeah, no one retires. They all get killed because the other energy waves that are around the planet turn you into them.
No, the government just kills you to harvest your brain.
Oh yeah, there's the brain harvesting part.
Oh wow, that's a really original plot twist. It totally isn't a major plot point in Battle Angel Alita Last Order.
Of course not. No, it's every single thing. I'm sure
It
is from some
totally
big
isn't
anime.
exactly like that.
Wow, this is a lot of plot twists.
So yeah, it's just we can just say everything
Yeah.
in that game.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna everything in. Okay,
Well, there you go.
there we go. There are 11 candidates. We're gonna get 5 votes. Christ. I guess I'll go first.
Sure.
I'm gonna give it to Halo Infinite for a really fucking obvious reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm really okay with the plot points they described, but that should have been the game, and what is the game is horrifyingly less important and meaningful from a plot angle. That game has
Halo Infinite's story
Yeah.
has like the energy of the DLC for actual Halo 6.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Oh my god, it really does feel like you're playing a DLC. Here's holograms of a scene you already saw, but from a different side perspective.
Yeah,
Or maybe this one's a little longer scene this time.
yeah, the story of this game is so budget in the way it's told and removes all of the importance from everything. But the plot twist being, no, really, Halo 6 just doesn't exist. And this is some other game that's recapping it in a terrible way. Because if it was done through legitimate flashbacks, maybe that would have been okay. It would have been great, but maybe it would have been okay. If they weaved a narrative that properly had Master Chief have these epiphanies where there were flashbacks, conversations brought details to the fore that were interesting, and we did it like that, instead of magical data dust is going to make us watch a video on the projector.
That means we can have a scene in any hallway we want.
Yeah.
Weird. They all happen in this hallway. Just kidding.
I'm convinced.
What's up?
I am convinced the only way this happened is that they plan to do a game where he goes back in time and actually plays those events. That's the only way this makes sense.
I sincerely hope that's what they're going to do now, but I have 0% faith in that's why they did what they did.
Yes.
However, we did have leaks early on that there was time travel, and the very end of that game involves time travel, but not backwards,
No.
which is dumb.
Maybe.
Because-
It might be just that they traveled to the future by staying in the same room for 3 days.
Exactly, and
Right.
that's why I said it's super stupid to do time travel into the future by 3 days.
Don't say that!
It has
Just-
some real
What's your name?
show.
Oh, I know a good name. I'm not going to say it. Roll the credits. What were you going to say, Bob?
has a real the show energy. Whatever that comedy show was where they go in their time travel machine,
Oh.
wait 30 years.
Oh, that thing that's the sequel to Mr. Show or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The Odenkirk David Cross crossover thing.
God damn it. That's a good first pick, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, Halo Infinite is a really good first pick. Demon Turf is going to get my second pick because, man, that plot twist sucks. I was that kid you saw, and I'm like, maybe you should have developed a character for them.
No.
Maybe had them show up multiple times and actually have cutscenes where they talk to me and talk about how they want to be friends and I ignore them. Maybe you should have set up for this reveal in a way that's salient. I'm gonna have to give the next one to Scarlet Nexus.
Why? Which one specifically percolated your brain the most?
I mean, that game is clearly written from an angle where they're trying to be brilliant the whole time, like M. Night Shyamalan's action RPG.
Yes.
Yeah, just imagine that and a bunch of bosses that are maybe the worst you could ever imagine.
Yeah, part of me is morbidly curious about the experience of playing through that, and the other part of me is really glad I didn't.
There's also the time they're like, your power isn't psychokinesis, it's gravikinesis.
That's funny as shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
And they're like, that's a big reveal for you.
Look, some plot twists are good, Casey. Okay.
I'm gonna get into the next vote to Solar Ash because nothing pisses me off more than a game that doesn't come up for a reason for a character to not tell you something for 10 hours, especially when that person's you.
I guess the game's only
Good thing
6
you also
hours.
voted for Scarlet Nexus.
Yes, you also voted for that.
It is one of my least favorite things in a fucking video game or any plot ever. Where it's just like, look, it's not hard. Just invent a reason they won't tell me.
Yeah, instead it's 5 to 6 hours of I won't tell you.
And it's really hard. I'm really split between Neo Twowie and World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft, Dan. 20 years
I know.
of game plot erased instantly. This bitch had been the focus of World of Warcraft's like macro scale plot for more than a decade, and it resolved with turning her into a lobotomized waifu.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna vote for World of Warcraft. And the main reason I would have voted for Neo Twowie is I know if I played that game, that would have upset me.
Now, to be fair, he screams a lot as he's
Eviscerated, sure.
He dies like a Dragon Ball Z villain.
So I guess he got hit by 2.
Yes, he got that. Oh my god.
See,
What
now,
were those things
he
called?
does die. I feel like I have to. I feel like I'm turning into Ellie in The Last of Us 2, where Kubo dying is like, that's not justice. It wasn't me.
No, that's fair. As someone who plays a video game, that's how I would have felt.
Like, I feel you. I like that in the combination of he is someone who really wants you to know how important he is.
Mm-hmm.
So him being erased from everyone's mind really elevates how fucked he got.
I get that. I totally understand that.
But I also really wanted to start break his bones.
So my 5 votes are on Demon Turf, Halo Infinite, Solar Ash, everything in Scarlet Nexus, and World of Warcraft Shadowlands patch 9.2. We're gonna go next to Feel.
Demon Turf, because that's fucking fuck you.
Yes. It's just pathetic.
No, it sucks. It sucks. It's really frustrating. It sucks.
Halo Infinite.
Okay.
Returnal, because it was so obvious. I was like, they must be doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's always the worst when it's,
but then
when
they
it's out
don't.
up front and then nothing else. No other possibilities even.
12 minutes, because if your shit has an incest baby in it, you're just being stupid and edgy for no fucking reason, and you deserve to get hit in the mouth. like, not that you couldn't have like an incest baby in a story and like it not just be edgy schlock, but in my personal experience, when something breaks that out as the twist, it's written by an idiotic hack.
I've seen it done well because there's one famous movie that has something like that. It's very well regarded.
Yeah,
I don't know if I want to spoil it and say it here.
And I know it, unfortunately, due to Twitter replies.
Yep. Because Twitter
also
doesn't
the
have the
other 12
restraint Bob does.
Yes, I respect
The other 12 minutes element of somebody responding, yeah, the developer is from this country, and this book with the exact same plot is required reading for a senior year of high school in that country.
Yeah.
And World of Warcraft. It has never been worse. Like nothing people bitching about Other M or Third Birthday or any of these weirdos who get weird about like a Japanese anime girl and lobotomize her. They don't reach back in time.
I know.
And do it to they literally do, if you liked this version of the character, and I fucking despised her, I hated her. But she still didn't deserve to get deleted.
Right. Like, just think about
it's not character development. She got like magically lobotomized into being.
She stole things
a good
from
girl.
you. She stole things. They stole her from any fan or any person who just engaged on that story.
I mean, I just sit here and think about the sheer quantity of writers who wrote shit for this character.
Also, it's made worse. It's made worse by the fact that this is the only arc World of Warcraft has for its female characters. In fact, in the cutscene where they reveal this, to the other two characters that had this exact thing happen to them are in the room.
Are they all drinking tea and talking about it? God.
No, they're like, no, we don't fucking trust her because fuck her. And then at the end, they're like, oh, we went through the same thing. I guess we're all lobotomized. Hooray!
Hooray! Yeah, that's genuinely terrible. We're gonna move on to Bob voting.
World of Warcraft. What was a surprise?
Yeah.
Everything in Scarlet Nexus. Come on. What are you doing?
A lot, apparently.
Returnal, because oh man, that really just took all of the steam out of that story immediately.
I understand.
Demon Turf.
Yep.
And Halo Infinite, yeah. We've covered those two plenty.
Yeah.
What a nightmare year.
Hey, yes. Hey, KZ.
Hey!
What are we voting for?
All right, first up, I'll pick World of Warcraft Shadowlands patch 9.2. I tried to think of what would be the equivalent of that thing happening in something I liked.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, in Kingdom Hearts 1, when Riku's going to the darkness 1 hour into that game, and he like puts his hand out, and then Sora gets the Keyblade. This is the equivalent if that was him and he died, and every other time he showed up, that wasn't him.
That would be really fun.
And it's like, my favorite character is this, and they're like, well,
actually,
that's absurd. That's absurd. You don't need to care about this franchise, this game, this character to understand that it's kind of evil.
Yeah, no, that is manslaughter due to professional negligence.
Right, like I voted for it mainly because I played her in Heroes of the Storm. I didn't even play the game, the games where she actually was in it.
Yeah, and this happening while everything's coming out about how they treat women. Here's how they treat their
characters.
The characters. Wow. Next up, everything in Scarlet Nexus. God, Scarlet Nexus sucks so bad. The worst thing you can do in a story for me is have a character not explain why they're doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate it a lot. And I'm like, I'm going to play the second story because then I'll know. And then, and then I'll see all the other characters on her team because it's like 7 and 7 in the group. And they will have justifiable reasons that they are with her. All of them disagree with her and think that what she's doing is stupid. And she eventually stops when they finally give up and say, please stop. You're an idiot. So I will pick that. 12 minutes.
Okay.
It did a fucking incest baby bit. It did an entire plot line where I don't remember that I was incestuous, and also the plot is completely incomprehensible for the final 30 minutes of that game. They can be stretched out to much longer because of the puzzle system of that game and how to get back to certain game states. It's real bad. Okay, I did 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you voted on alphabetically the last 3 things.
Yeah. That's what
just worked out that way.
Yeah, that's what spooked me. And you're like, KZ, pick the next 2 up. And I'm like,
you should really vote for Returnal deleting your solid state drive.
It was a horrible twist that really inconvenienced me.
Would you say that twist ruined the game?
No, other things ruined that game.
Okay.
Specifically, there's a large variety of things that ruined that game, including its own plot. So I will vote for Returnal itself.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm a simple guy. All right. Mm-hmm. I liked the idea of you going into an alien world and then they're reading your mind and doing fucked up shit like spawning your own house. Mm-hmm. And I feel like if they played this straight instead of it's all a metaphor. And I just feel like that's the lamest shit in the world. That's like, I want to make the story boring. And then as they kept going, I'm like, you're making this even worse. Why can't it just be a cool story about how you got lost in space?
Because it can't for some reason. Because people don't find space travel believable enough to feel as though their stakes are real.
It really deflated me because I will have plenty of praise to throw onto Returnal for how its first half ends, but not how it closes up. So it gets my vote there.
Okay.
I'm fine with what happens in Neo Tui, but I can understand.
Yeah.
Which means I'll have to go for Halo Infinite.
Okay.
Halo Infinite is pathetic because it feels like that response that Star Wars had, where they're like, people didn't like this last one, so we're just gonna like de-emphasize things. And this one was, we're gonna de-emphasize our own story, and like it already happened, and now we're doing this. But then they also did it in such a way of, this game has no money somehow.
Yeah.
So we're going to make the plot work for that. So every major story thing is going to happen using space dust inside our repeatable, same level, the Forerunner-like structures. And then scenes will happen in there, and that'll tell you what happened. Or read this audio log to hear about how Locke is dead. And I just think that that's insane. I'm like, I don't care if people think your story was bad. You should make the game that people were expecting, the third game in that trilogy, instead of the fourth game that's reflecting upon the events of the third, or the DLC of that.
Yeah. The part that gets really weird for me is that we only had one Rise of Skywalker. This is the second Halo doing that in a row. Because even Halo Guardians isn't really fully leading into the plot of, you know, the man who's killable by two guns.
Yeah.
I've forgotten his name just now, but the Didact. Like, they throw that dude away in a comic book. They clearly de-emphasize a lot of those elements of the story, and they just go, okay, well, now it's going to be this core story about Master Chief falling out with the UNSC and people sent after him as he tries to find Cortana and where she fell to. And now the ending of this game is this, and it should lead into... And then they do it again. And it's like, I'm really tired of this.
They're like, if we keep doing this, people will like it eventually, right? It's like, why would you think that?
Well, it turns out critically... Sure.
Yeah, I guess.
It seems people like this one.
It's really disappointing. And even the DLC stuff in me it's like, it feels like it has less punch than one of the FF15 DLCs where they're like, we made a new open world for this DLC. And it still has story that can actually happen in the present tense and time.
Yeah.
Like, it's dealing with that character being there, and characters show up, and it expands on the plot of this thing. Whereas this one, we made an open world. We don't really care about the plot that apparently has already happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plot, parentheses, past tense. Yeah, no, and that's not even getting into Escharum, Master Chief excusing his pilot getting tortured.
He was a soldier.
He was a soldier. He just wasn't sure what he was doing was right.
Yeah, I don't think it's a time travel story. I just feel like they didn't have time, and trying to make this in a game form of these plot events would have been too hard. Because you would have had to make a proper level that is the battle against Atriox, and make a proper...
Yeah.
Make proper full-ass scenes that are, like, well-directed and shit for Cortana conversing with Atriox and actually animating a planet being blown up and all this other stuff. And that this game doesn't have set pieces in it.
Not really, no.
There is no set piece in Halo Infinite.
They try to do a moment that is very similar to some moments like at the end of ODST when you drive a tank down the highway, and that's a whole level and set piece, and it feels really cool. They try to do that, but it feels like driving a shopping cart down an empty parking lot. Like, it's just not structured right, and there aren't moments. In it, there are enemies standing around.
It's just one gigantic valley that's frankly too long for your tanks to survive.
And it's not very cool.
Yeah.
Like, there aren't cool moments in it.
Yeah, I would compare that to a contemporary that came out this year, Far Cry 6. Near the end of that game, you are battling your way to the main area where the bad guy is.
Or perhaps you teleported there.
Or,
The first part of
perhaps
that
you
game.
teleported there. But they in that mission, they specifically drop you in a point. And they're like, go all the way through this path because it's now a war zone.
Yeah.
And people are attacking and all the crew is coming in to help you and stuff. And that feels like there's thoughts about where these enemies are placed and all of this. The one I just did, I'm just like, I just mindlessly drove straight.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. And I'm shocked that more people aren't picking up on the massive divide between a game that's mid as hell, but it's finished, Far Cry 6, and Halo fucking Infinite, which spent how many years in development? 6? It's like you should have moments. Where are they? It's so weird, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the plot twist of the fucking game.
But yeah, whatever.
Yeah, anyway.
Whatever. I voted for that. That's my 5.
Okay, so anyway, we got. I sorted it.
Okay.
The two that we have tied for first and second, is World of Warcraft Shadowlands patch 9.2 and Halo Infinite, which I think that's correct. But then we have a 3 fucking way tie for third between Scarlet Nexus, Returnal, and Demon Surf, which makes a lot of sense when I say it out loud.
Yeah. Are we at a statement part yet? Are we at a point where we try to push for something in this top spot?
If somebody wants to either push something that didn't fall into the tied for third category into that, or one of those tied for thirds into the first 2 slots, absolutely make your statement now.
Okay, so like this clump that's tied for third, push to get that higher.
Whatever you think needs to be shuffled around, and you want to explain this perspective to maybe make it make sense to others.
Oh, okay.
If anyone has any hang-ups like that before we get to voting. Because currently I'm looking at this, and I think this is correct. That World of Warcraft thing absolutely should be in the top 2. It should be first.
Oh, yeah. The main thing was I was going to already start arguing for World of Warcraft to win.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that.
I think we can agree early and lock that in and make it gold.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's literally what I just wanted to say. They fucked over, 20 years of a character.
That's insane.
And anyone who liked it. So that's much better than a cowardly, shitty open world game.
Yeah, that just is in development hell.
Yeah.
And then ships with an open world that is there and serviceable to some. Anyway, does anyone want to argue Halo Infinite down from second to fight with the 30s?
No, but I want to argue 12 minutes up to fight with the 30s.
Okay.
12 minutes is something repugnant masquerading as something intellectual. It is perhaps the definition of a horrible plot twist and the horrible marketing behind any kind of game that tries to sell itself on its writing. Because the amount of times where some smaller scale game, middle scale game is like, we take our narrative very seriously. And then you find just when you go to buy the game, you open the case and there's a bomb.
I just remember thinking this game looked fascinating when they first showed it in an E3. Then the year afterward, they're like, we got James McAvoy and Daisy Ridley and Willem Dafoe in this game now.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. That's what scared me away.
It hit like all the dumb Oscar bait game version of Oscar bait pandering things, and then just like slopped this enormous, stupid fucking bomb on you.
Mm-hmm.
And I love it because it's one of those story games that you're like, this is going to be terrible. And then games media is going to prop it up a bunch. And then I saw such a good chunk of people going, I can't wait to talk to people about how this is the worst thing I've ever played.
And I think if it has to bump something off instead of us just voting on it, I think it should bump off Scarlet Nexus, because Scarlet Nexus is fucking stupid.
Whoa.
But it's a mid C tier anime game. There are lots of those.
Yes, but this seems to be packed with cavalcades of bad
plot.
twist.
I was going to fight to get this up higher.
Yeah, this thing is literally every chapter ends with a new plot twist that is bad.
Now, here's the argument I was going to make, okay?
Okay.
Maybe everyone will hear this out, maybe they won't. I know everyone disagrees with me, seemingly. I understand and observe why Returnal's plot twist really sucks.
Uh-huh.
Okay? I don't think it steps to everything else tied for third. I don't think it steps to Demon Turf or Scarlet Nexus.
Yeah, no, I thought it was shitty and lame, but I won't vote for it.
I do agree, because it wasn't like background rate. It wasn't radiation attacking my mind the whole time I was playing Returnal.
For me, it really was.
And it's the super secret ending implies there's also some weird sci-fi shit.
Yeah.
This was a case of, oh, you just didn't want to be interesting. It is just the energy that I got off of it, where I'm like, I wish you could have just made a real sci-fi story instead of.
Yeah, it was actively making me not want to play the game.
Yeah, I observed
in a
that
really
too.
strong way of like, man, anything else, please. I've seen this 1,000 times. You could have done an Alien story, and that would be something I've seen less.
Yes. that is the point we're at. For some reason, people really fetishize but what if it's in their head?
Right.
And I'm like, in this context, that makes it less interesting.
Right. And I'm like, but I will accept it though. Because obviously these other things are really, really bad.
Okay, so you understand bringing it out of the running from Scarlet Nexus and Demon Turf.
Yeah.
Okay, now with that done, now the argument needs to be made that 12 minutes should go up to be in the running with Demon Turf and Scarlet Nexus. Now, I'm not saying 12 minutes plot twist isn't dumb. Okay? I don't know that it's quite as heinously awful as Scarlet Nexus's nonstop cavalcade and Demon Turf's. We have 3 plot lines that go nowhere.
Those are still video games. 12 minutes hinges entirely on the plot twist.
There's just this moment
It
where
hinges on solve the mystery.
Now,
Okay, I solved it, and then it pukes on you.
now I'm the one that played through all of this in one sitting when it came out. I'm stupid. I didn't understand. I didn't know that this was going to be the twist until the moment they said it out loud.
Okay.
Where it's just this thing of, you need to find out who is the real killer. The real killer of the woman's dad, who she thought she killed, but turns out she didn't actually kill him. She only shot him once and he lived through it, and she didn't check the obituaries properly. Was that it was the estranged half brother. Because the dude, the dad fucked the maid. And they're like, we have to find the maid. This is her. She had a flowery name. And the way you figure this out is they went, I'm naming our child after your mother, where we don't know what happened to her, and the name is literally written on a present that is baby clothes, and then you have to give the baby clothes to the fucking guy.
So which way are you arguing, up or down?
It's just so fucking stupid. It's so bad.
Okay.
I can see the argument of pushing it up, but Scarlet Nexus, I'm just going to be pushing to be in the top 2, honestly.
I understand where Feel's coming from with 12 minutes saying that it just hangs on the story. Because there aren't a lot of mechanics. It's not gameplay driven.
Okay.
I don't think any human would say that, but I also just...
You're right. He is right on the hanging on the story, though. The gameplay is actually very bad.
For me, the reason it doesn't run with Scarlet Nexus is it has so many bad ideas. They're all very potently bad.
I mean, you're right. This one just has one bad idea.
The reason Demon Turf is so powerful to me is that game's way longer than it should be.
Yeah, I can't really relate to the Demon Turf one at all. It just sounds like a bad indie game.
They make you eat a bowl of oatmeal. Because remember the structure of this game. You have to beat most levels twice and get all of these collectibles in order to remotely make progress. It is basically the eat all these eggs of collectathons. It is so much worse than most collectathons ever made. We did the Gex month. We've done all the rare shit, and this one is the one that has floored me the most with we are not going to let you make progress within a reasonable amount of time. The only way I could remotely tolerate digging through it was through the mechanic of the game of, you can bribe this guy to get those collectibles for you. And as you're dealing with all of this, the plot lines that are set up very early on do nothing. And then the conclusion of each, and then the plot twist that is, oh, it's that mummy kid. All sucks so bad all at the same time. You're just like, this is quite frankly the worst it's been in a while. So that's why those two are so strong for me, and I don't think 12-minute steps to it. I will actually hear Halo Infinite falling down and battling out with these guys before I hear 12 minutes stepping up to those. That's my vote on it. Bob, which way do you want to bring 12 minutes up?
I feel the same way of like it at the end of the day, like 12 minutes is just an indie game everyone's already forgotten about and you never even go back to it because it's just a game about that story, which apparently just isn't good.
But they have multiple endings.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, it's got like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, those twists don't sound as radically terrible as many of these, like with Scarlet Nexus. So I have a hard time bringing it up. Like it's just not doing it for me.
KZ, do you want to bring it up or leave it there?
I'm just kind of in that mode where if Demon Turf is here, 12 minutes can live here in the conversation, kinda. Where I'm just like, it's also an indie game that I feel like most people will forget.
I don't think that really matters. I think if a plot twist is absolutely heinous, that's what matters more.
Oh yeah, 12 minutes plot twist is heinous.
Imagine if the plot twist in 12 minutes was your dad wasn't killed. And then you go,
the plot
all right.
twist is that you're spending the entire game trying to figure out what's going on with your wife. What has she been hiding from you this whole time? And then it turns out you're her half brother, and what are you talking about? And why do you not remember any of this? And then it's awful. So I feel like it should be in some level of running. I do think it's fucked up and heinous.
Okay, so you want it to be in the vote with these two others?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're evenly split on that, but I'll do it anyway. I'll bring that into the running for third. Is there anything else anyone wanted to say before we start voting on thirds?
Nah.
Yeah, that's fine.
We get 2 votes each.
I would say 1. That way we're guaranteed to not have a tie. Although I guess it can be 2 and 2, but
It would be really hard to tie this.
Yes.
If we tie this, I'm going to laugh. Let's do the 2, and then we'll do the 1. If it gets real
Okay.
bad. KZ, which 2?
Scarlet Nexus.
Mm-hmm.
12 minutes.
Bob.
Scarlet Nexus and Demon Turf.
Okay. I'm going to do Demon Turf and Scarlet Nexus. Feel?
Demon Turf in 12 minutes.
Okay. So that ended up with 3 votes for Demon Turf and Scarlet Nexus and 2 votes for 12 minutes. I'm going to say...
Yeah, so 12 minutes is banished. Back
Okay.
down into the mush.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's low enough where it isn't even runner-up.
We had so many bad plot twists this year.
This is a really congested category, and I understand everyone on this list.
Yeah, I needed it to at least survive the wave where you were trying to cut it without us voting for it again. Because I'm like, no, it needs the option again. Because it's bad enough.
Okay. So we're down to Demon Turf and Scarlet Nexus. I am okay with adding Halo Infinite into this running, but since we all unanimously voted for it, I don't know how many other people are okay with that.
I'm at
Halo Infinite is so dire.
it is
Like-
it is really dire, but I think Scarlet Nexus is worse ultimately.
Bob, what do you think?
It's rough because I think Scarlet Nexus is worse, but at the same time, Halo Infinite's a lot more important. So I think it could just stay up there in second place and we don't need to touch it.
Okay, so KZ wanted to bring it down to voting. Bob wanted to leave it up for not touching. Feel?
leave it up there for not touching.
Yeah. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, whatever doesn't win third place gets runner up, so it gets mentioned. Yeah, I'm gonna say we should just leave that at second, since we all unanimously voted for it at the beginning, and I do think, as bad as it even, like, obviously I'm not gonna put Demon Turf above it, and I'm not gonna put Scarlet Nexus above that, because man, the plot twist of realizing that game doesn't have any of the events that they've been leading up to for so long sucks. Okay, so everyone is everyone okay with us voting on third?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we get one vote each between Demon Turf and Scarlet. Thank you to all of our nominees. We'll start with Feel.
I'm voting for Demon Turf because after what that game puts you through to get to that point,
Yeah.
going, by the way, I'm also stupid, is a lot to deal with.
Yeah. That is a...
While Scarlet Nexus gives up that it's stupid, probably in moment one.
There's a little bit of time.
You get a trial of not stupid for 2 hours. It's like
yeah,
an
they
AOL
released that
discs.
demo that was fine.
That's true.
And then all of a sudden...
We'll go to KZ.
Scarlet Nexus, real easily, where it just continues to stack on dumber and dumber plot twists, and some that are just agonizingly terrible, just throughout the entire run of the game. Where to the point where they just keep doing it, to where I'm like, I don't want to play anymore, and you're still giving me some.
Okay. Bob?
Scarlet Nexus. Demon Turf is terrible. Awful. Irredeemable. Scarlet Nexus is worse.
We had a grand discussion of which one would you like? Which of these rotted eggs?
So let me get something out real quick.
What's up?
Now I'm gonna vote for Demon Turf. But I don't know about Feel, but I'm okay with you guys getting the win this time and getting Scarlet Nexus above it.
I am completely fine with that.
But just to be clear, my statement is Demon Turf sucks.
We can always do that third place tie thing we did in the last episode and just be like, whatever.
It's a very coveted.
I think most of these are terrible enough in their own specific way. Because one's like a Tommy gun of bad plot twists, and the other is the canon.
Demon Turf almost feels like if you somehow got left by your mom in a McDonald's play pit at like 8 a.m. and she didn't come back for you until 11 p.m. at night, and you had to dig your way out the whole time. And then she goes, I just forgot. Like this was
Demon Turf is like you go through 20 hours and then Lucy pulls the football up. And then Scarlet Nexus is just I'm hitting you with a hammer for 40 hours. And then you hope that maybe through the other perspective it maybe gets a little bit more understandable, and it actually gets worse.
That's funny as shit.
Yeah, I didn't trust that other mode at all.
It gets worse. That is the clear better one, because it has more work put into it, which is really funny. But it's still I couldn't decide which twist I hated more.
I'll go ahead and let you two get Scarlet Nexus in third. I'm okay with it getting runner-up.
All right.
I'm okay with Demon Turf getting runner-up. You okay with that, Field? Just to reconfirm?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that then. I understand. That means best plot twist?
No.
Are you sure? They seemed pretty great. Worst plot twist of 2021 goes to runner-up Demon Turf. Third place, everything in Scarlet Nexus. Second place, Halo Infinite is not Halo 6. Please watch this on a projector. And World of Warcraft, Shadowlands patch 9.2 takes worst plot twist of 2021. If our nominees could just stop writing, that'd be great. I guess one of them went to Riot, so that's good. I'll count that.
I feel bad for any time a Tales of games did something annoying in its plot and I rolled my eyes. And they're like, Bamco has way worse defenders.
You have no idea what I'm keeping you safe from. Moving on to our next category.
I'm scared.
Yeah, I don't know what these are.
Coolest thing in a game.
Ooh!
Hey.
The nominees are, oh man, copying and pasting that just unblacked out one of the...
What?
End of Ava, I know, from Guilty Gear Strive. House Beneviento from Resident Evil Village. Kai Kisuke Dragon Install from Guilty Gear Strive. Nahobino Special Moves from Shin Megami Tensei 5. No More Heroes 3's Ending. Portals from Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Samus's Transformation from Metroid Dread. Tales of Rise Opening 2?
What?
That Man's Podcast from Guilty Gear Strive.
Wait, fuck off! What?
The end of Act 1 from Returnal. Toy Level from It Takes Two. And When You Drive a Car in Forza Horizon 5.
I'm waiting for an explanation on one of these. And I feel like I'm going to genuinely have a panic attack.
We have 12 nominees.
I guess that means 5.
I'm losing at one moment. I'm already counting that because that's insane. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow, we have 12 nominees. It's a cool thing that cool things happened this year. Thank you, cool things.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Guilty Gear Strive. You had too many cool things.
This is true.
Some of them I need to know about right now.
Yeah, Bob. So that man, long-running Guilty Gear character / antagonist, runs a podcast? Question mark.
Okay. So in this game, you learn about that man's full plan. Also, you learn that that man is 2 men.
What?
So it's those men.
These guys.
The reverse of Outriders.
That man's.
So that man that's running a podcast is Asuka. He is the gear maker who made a bunch of the gears, the people that are robots.
They're
Yeah,
guilty.
for anyone who was wondering, the Guilty Gears in Guilty Gears are like soul
Yes.
and other gears, which
So-
are people.
So he's voiced by Ishida from Bleach.
Yeah, he's voiced by Derek Stephen Prince. Now, I didn't know that. That makes him much better.
Oh no!
And at the beginning of the game, he's talking to the president. And he's like, I have something big to reveal at this conference. So at the end of the game, you find out his big reveal is, I'm going to go to the space station, carry the backyard book, which could change the world, and I'm going to keep it there forever. It'll be like a prison for it, basically. Also, I'm going to run a podcast from up there. I have to. He calls it a radio talk show,
Yeah,
No, it's a podcast.
but where
That's a podcast.
where he broadcasts the truth.
No!
fucking cope up there on the moon.
No, I don't need Ishida's podcast.
So his big giant plan is to help the world because this is the good side of that man, basically. He's the good one. Whereas the other that man is the evil one.
Oh god, is the other one just happy chaos?
Yes.
Damn it.
Okay.
So he's going to stay up on there and tell people about the truth of the world, and that's going to help everyone out.
Thank god he isn't voiced by Crispin Freeman.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
It's really good.
Holy fucking shit. I was wondering when you had blacked out.
Okay, the only other ones that I see that need explanation
Uh-huh.
are another Guilty Gear Strive one where it says end of Ava Aino.
Okay. So near the end of this game, Aino becomes a god. And that this is portrayed by her literally become a giant naked white version of herself. And when people look at her, they cry.
Oh my fucking god.
It's really cool, but also incredibly stolen.
It's funny as shit is what it is.
Yes. It's intense. It's very cool. And you get to see literally everyone in the cast look at her and cry.
Oh my god. Jesus. Okay. Tales of Arise OP2?
There's a point in this game I did not expect. When it
Please.
it does something where it feels like, okay, that was a big conclusive moment. And then a second OP and animate, there's a full animation, like a new anime opening plays.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, it's raw.
You gotta be fucking kidding me!
It's amazing. This is a good song, unlike that first one they did. It's like super dramatic in song.
Are you trying to tell me this is how they open part 2 of that game?
Yes.
That's the best!
Yeah, that's real good.
It's really good. I was blown away. I was like, I didn't know World expected this.
Bob, I want that in every RPG I play. I think
Yes.
about it all the time. I think about every one I do where I'm like, you need to do this.
Okay. Wild Arms 2 on the PlayStation 1 has an anime opening whenever you load. When you quit the game in game, it also plays the anime ending.
That's awesome.
It has a different opening and ending between disc 1 and 2.
That's really good.
Damn, that is really good.
Oh, that's so good.
Man.
God, I can't believe
Clarify for people who haven't been No More Heroes 3 and are sticking with this. No More Heroes 3 ending is absolutely up its own ass amazing, as it becomes you're going to have to defeat that corporate douchehole who's become like some super extra being by beating him in Smash Brothers. As in, you have to fight him, and the game now plays like Smash Brothers in the final destination.
Now, as I wrote,
Yeah, and he says, it's the
this in.
stage, the last stage.
Yeah, as the person who wrote this in, I considered the ending the start for when they're like, we don't know what we're going to do. And then they're like, is that one of the robots from Daemon X Machina from publisher Marvelous? From that point on.
Oh, okay, so you don't want to include that cool shit I just said?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is right before that.
The thing I said is
he
before
means-
what you said. Yours is the last 10 seconds of
No.
the game. Mine's the final battle.
I'm pretty sure they do the mech
No,
thing.
no,
and
no.
then they
Daemon
go
X
in-
Machina happens first, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
fight Fu.
you do the robot fight, and then it impales the big robot. You fly off into space and do Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I wanted both of those things, because both of them are insane.
Yeah,
Where
no,
it's-
they're
where it's like,
intense.
you fight what you would assume would be the big thing they're leading up to, but then it's like, no, instead we're going to face off with this dude, and then the mech thing happens, and then the Smash thing happens, and it's maybe the fucking greatest last 30 minutes I've had in a while.
It's completely insane.
Oh yeah, and then the very final like after credit moment is even more insane.
Oh, snap!
Yeah. Yeah, it's real fucking good.
Like that entire chunk.
And the end of Act 1 on Returnal.
I wrote this in. It's right as you're getting into the end of the third biome in that game. It transitions into this amazing giant set piece boss that's sick as shit. You beat it, and then you go, okay, we made it, and you're able to make contact with Earth, and you get that entire sequence of we got out, and everything's fine, and she lived the rest of her life all right. And then she passes away through natural causes. Oh my god, why is she going back? Oh fuck, she's being dragged back to the alien planet. There's another half of this game.
Yeah.
And I consider that I think about that sequence throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah.
As a cool sequence that happens that makes you go, "Oh shit." And then I hate the second half of that game, but I really like that moment.
I like that moment, and I like the second half of the game. I maybe don't like the final reveal all that much, but man, that moment you're talking about at the end of Act 1 is just horrifying.
Yeah, because it's just such a good follow-up to a really cool-ass fight that went harder than I expected from that game.
Yes. Man, the bosses in that game are so good.
Yeah.
Are there any others that need explanation? Does anyone remember Samus's suit that she transforms into? Is it like Omega Metroid Samus?
Yeah, it's like it's green
It's
with
like
spikes.
Metroid armor.
I'm just trying to
Yeah, it's like
literally
spiky. It
remember
looks like a-
Oh, is
the
it,
name.
Are you asking?
Looks
if it
like
has
a
name?
crab.
Oh, it has a name. I just can't remember.
Yeah, it's like the green one with the red
Yeah.
Oh
no,
visor.
We're trying to think of a name for it.
The name. I just asking for the name.
Oh, okay.
Because, yeah, I remember it. It's cool as shit. People hacked the game so they could use that elsewhere. Which is insane. They really should add a way to play through some of the game using that outfit. But yeah, aside from that, I think that's all that needs explaining per se. everyone here's played the toy level and It Takes Two. Everyone here has seen Nahabino's special moves. Is there any that need to be highlighted?
No, I don't think anyone's going to actually end up voting for that with how stacked this is anyway.
It is a pretty fucking stacked category.
Some of those are really cool.
They are very cool.
You know, you got like that Aramasa near the beginning where you do like 7 slashes or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you get the later one where you just create a tornado and then you start zooming around all of it. And then you do a cool hand sign and do a big slash at the end. It's really sick.
I forgot to add the fuck racism hoodie from No More Heroes 3.
That was pretty cool.
It's pretty fucking cool. Okay. I think we're ready to start voting then. 12 nominees, 5 votes. We're going to start with KZ.
I'm going to vote for Tales of Arise OP2. I think about how every game I play needs to do this. Before this happened, I just think about, it would be great if they just put a bunch of money in and just made a new intro that reflects what's happening right now.
Yeah, that's cool as hell.
It reminds me of when they do a title drop at a certain point in Nier Automata, which I think is cool as shit, but I would love a full-ass intro sequence. House Beneviento and Resident Evil Village, despite how it goes on replays, I think that is thoroughly, like, really good. A really nice piece of unnerving horror where I'm like, oh, this is going to be real bad. And then when the bad thing happens, I was like, no.
I know,
I was
right?
like, nothing in Resident Evil actually scares me. That is it. They found it. They found it in a way that even on repeat playthroughs, I'm still like, no, I really don't like this. Like, even when you get out and then it just has to cry at you.
Yeah, you are talking about the baby.
I'm talking about when that baby appears, I'm done. I am fucked up.
Yeah, that is possibly the most horrifying thing in Resident Evil.
And then you get caught by it and then it gets way worse.
Yep.
But yeah, no, that's why that's my next pick. That man's podcast, that is farcical. That's something we would make up.
I mean, it is.
Him being voiced by Derek Stephen Prince gives that 5 buffs at once.
So much to deal with.
Holy shit, Bob.
It's worse. It's a story mode that's very much worse playing.
Yeah.
Yes, you're really selling it.
So you
Yeah,
got 2 left.
Yeah, I know it's fucked up. It actually is kind of fucked up now. Let's see. I'm gonna give one of these to the end of Act 1 of Returnal. I still really, really love that moment. You fight Nemesis, you go through all that stuff. It's really sick. I think that just really nails that game to where I was like, whoa, this is doing some stuff.
Yeah.
Regardless of how I feel about any other part of that game, that is great, and I really like it. And I'm down to 2 of these that I would want to pick.
Mm-hmm.
And it was between No More Heroes 3's ending and another one, and I'm gonna have to say goodbye to that one, despite how much I love the lines and everything they do with it. I'm gonna give it to Samus's transformation in Metroid Dread.
Mm-hmm.
The way they handle Samus's character in Metroid Dread is the coolest thing. Where it's like, oh, you're making her a badass and you're not writing her terribly. This is really great. I constantly think about when she gets really mad and how fucking sick that entire thing is.
Yeah.
And that part of the music always, I can remember it in my head perfectly as she fucks that guy up real bad and brings the whole motherfucker down in a way that I'm like, that is a moment.
Yeah.
That is a franchise defining moment.
Yeah, it was great.
So that gets my final vote.
Okay. We'll move on to Feel now.
Tales of Arise OP2.
I'm so excited to hit that now. Holy shit.
That man's podcast.
This is a dangerous thing to bring in here.
I know. I'm like,
I know, that's radioactive.
coolest thing in a game, his podcast.
I hope it is. It's the truth.
I'm going to put one on the toy level from It Takes Two, because I think in a game that's full of crazy set pieces, there's like one every 5 minutes in that section of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing something entirely different.
Yeah, the one in the castle, I was like floored by.
And No More Heroes 3's ending. Because it's rare when I beat a game and I'm like, no, make another one right now with those two characters. Like right now.
Right this fucking second.
Did I stutter?
Like it should
It
should now cut to the trailer of the game you're already making starring those two characters. And I'm gonna give it to Portals from Ratchet and Clank because that's just sheer technology power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like, wow, they sure loaded an entirely new level instantly.
Yeah, they do some really amazing stuff with that in that game. That is one of the most stunning games on a next-gen system. The PS5's pretty stacked with amazing-looking stuff, and that takes the crown. Like, Ratchet and Clank is just uncontested the most visually stunning thing, period, ever. We'll move on to Bob. Bob?
No More Heroes ending.
Yep.
Yeah, it's too good. Tales of Arise OP2. I want to vote for Kai Kisuke's Dragon Install because that is cool.
It is pretty sick.
It's not even just in the gameplay. It's also in that story mode where he's like, okay, everything seems dire. I know is a god. No one can do anything. And he's like, oh, I got this thing left. And he transforms and no one sees it coming. It's really good. But I'm not going to vote.
Okay, Bob, you need to explain to me. Why can he do that? Is it literally just because he fucked Dizzy?
No, he has something like it's like the nail in Hellsing, basically.
Okay, okay. So I have to just make sure it wasn't that weird 4-year-old rapidly aged gear pussy had him acting strange.
I hate that I know what that means.
Yeah, it's not that, luckily. But yeah, there's just too many good things. Samus transformation.
Okay.
Definitely that. Okay, that was 3 votes, right? Or was that 4 votes?
Did you vote for Kai Kisuke Dragon Install?
No.
Okay. Then yes, I believe that would be 3 because it's
Yeah.
Samus, Tales of Rise OP at the podcast. Did you?
No,
vote
no.
for- Okay.
And No More Heroes.
Okay, that was the
yeah,
third.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's 3.
Yeah, I'll vote for that man's podcast. It's so dumb and cool at the same time.
Podcasting from the moon is a real mood.
Yeah, I'll show it on Kai Kisuke. Dragon Install, sure. No. End of Ava, I know. Yeah.
Why does Guilty Gear Strive have to come in here and make this category hard as hell?
Sorry.
All we need is this one person to play that story mode.
Man. That's it?
That's it.
Oh, man. I have to vote now. This sucks.
Sorry.
I'm giving it to No More Heroes 3. It should win this category.
Oh, yeah, it's so strong.
That ending's unbelievably funny and awesome at the same time, which is really hard balance to land. Everything from the moment Fu explodes on the way out from then on is so good.
Which is great because, like, you know what? Excise that entire enemy group. They're not as good as what we have planned.
Yeah, it's funny every time they cut back and it's just like, yeah, that's another boss we're not doing. Yeah, that ending is absolutely incredible. I'm gonna have to, you know what? I'll delay that for now. I'm an idiot, so I'm giving it to Kai Kisuke's Dragon Install.
Damn it, I knew it!
It's so fucking cool.
You're a cop supporter, of course you
The
love
dude
it.
is made of the universe. Have you seen this shit?
Yeah, move my end of Ava I know to that. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, you're
cool.
coming over?
Yeah,
Look at this fucking image, dude. This is cool as shit. Jesus Christ. There is no world in which I thought they would ever do something this badass with this man. Like, in no fucking dimension. Like, fuck?
Okay, yeah, it really is cool. The
It's cool as fucking shit.
yes.
Jesus. So that's the two there. I'm gonna give my next vote to the portals from Ratchet and Clank. That is amazing. Like, that game is constantly amazing. It doesn't look real. Like, that whole game is full of amazing things, and the portals are really core to just something you don't see anywhere else. And it's just this thing that goes, yeah, we can facilitate this next gen SSD tech to really do some amazing stuff. And it's like, man, awesome. The future looks so dope. If only we could get Suda to move over to the PS5. Give us the director's cut. It is so sad that he's like, yeah, we made stuff for more areas of No More Heroes 3, but we can't get it to run on the Switch. I'm like, this is the worst. From there, looking at the rest of this, man, this is tough. I'll give it to the Samus transformation. That outfit's cool as hell. Its insane amounts of power are so cool and farcical to just unleash at the end of that game. It is really great. Oh, I have one more vote. This is hard. I'm gonna give it to when you drive a car in Forza Horizon 5.
Ooh.
I've never driven a car. To be fair, I've never driven a car at 200 miles an hour through Mexico, which is probably for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, that place undulates way too much. You don't want to do it.
Yeah, no, it's dangerous to drive at 60 miles an hour through all that undulation.
Boing.
I'm also going to give it to the end of Act 1 in Returnal, because that's cool as hell. It really is. Everything between sitting on the throne and just losing all your energy as you just go, okay, now I just need to wait for the ship. And then everything that unfolds there is really good and horrifying. It is a really great moment in that game. A really nice mid-run break. You know, Bob?
Uh-huh.
When I try to do my single run playthroughs of the entire game and it takes hours.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I'm going to give it to that. One moment while I tally the votes. So we have a 4-way tie at the top. Between No More Heroes 3's ending, Samus' transformation, Tales of Arise, OP2, and That Man's Podcast. We then have a 3-way tie below that of Kai Kisuke Dragon Install, Portals for Ratchet and Clank, and the end of Act 1 in Returnal. And then with one vote each, we have House Beneveniento and Toy Level from It Takes Two. Does anyone want to argue anything upward into the top 4 so we can add it to just this group vote? Because I understand Kai Kisuke Dragon Install is very cool, but he is a cop and he has Live, Laugh, Love on his fucking bracelet or whatever.
I don't think the story of Returnal works in the end, but I feel like that section that they did is fucking awesome and does work perfectly.
So you think it should run with the others?
Yeah, I feel like it's running with the others personally in terms of like doing cool shit.
I mean, it's really cool. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I will add it to this vote, but I don't think it's going to hang.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to have so few votes, I probably won't give it one, but I can do that. How do other people feel about adding it to the votes?
I mean, I won't vote for it for whatever.
I'm fine with it being in the votes.
Okay. Well, if we add it to the votes, then we have 5 candidates that we need to whittle down. I'm going to give people 3 votes each, since we need to suss out and order it all.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and start with KZ.
Tales of Arise OP2.
Mm-hmm.
No More Heroes 3's ending.
Mm-hmm.
And Samus transformation.
We're going to go to Feel.
No More Heroes 3's ending.
Okay.
Tales of Arise OP2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stick with podcast.
I guess I'll go next. No More Hero 3's ending. Samus's transformation. God damn it.
What's up? You gonna listen to a podcast?
I'm just gonna watch a little bit of this OP and hope it's really good one moment. Tales of... Let me just look at this opening. Oh damn, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, you always should go to the middle part. That's when the hook's going in, and I'm sure that's where all the money is.
Oh, I was gonna give it to the podcast. I was gonna relent and give it to the podcast, but to be honest, seeing this in the middle of your JRPG is real fucking cool. I'm gonna give it to that.
Bamco has locked down Ufotable as their anime OP thing forever. And I'm like, you got two? They're the ones that make everything they put out looks insane. How did you get two of them?
We go to Bob now.
I
know.
Yeah, this is rough.
Yeah, it is.
No More Heroes, because of course, Samus transformation in Tales of Arise. I'm sorry, podcast. I really am.
Okay. So what the votes ended up determining is No More Heroes 3's ending and Tales of Arise second opening are tied for coolest. Samus transformation is in third, and runner-up is That Man's Podcast. Does anyone want to make any arguments anywhere, or can we just move on?
I'm fine with moving on.
I'm good with moving on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. We get one vote each. No More Hero 3's ending versus Tales of Arise opening 2 for number 1 place. Coolest thing in a game. I'm going to give it to No More Hero 3's ending. Bob.
No More Heroes.
KZ.
No More Heroes. Why not?
Feel.
I'm gonna vote for Tales of Arise to be different, and because I feel like that's a little bit more unexpected than a Suda game having a cracked out ending.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
But the scale of No More Heroes 3's is obviously much bigger than normal.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
like
A second OP is amazing, but the ending being what it is with the Smash Brothers and everything, and he was like, we were working on this. We'll stop if you want us to, Sakurai. And he's like, no, this is great.
Yeah, do it more.
Yeah, I guess I'll stick with No More Heroes just to let it move, but God. He's right. Fucking that anime OP is really cool. I haven't even seen it. I just know it's got to be cool. And it's something I want every RPG to do.
So are we okay with No More Heroes 3's ending as number 1, or?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Give it to it.
Okay. Coolest thing in a game in 2021, which has been miswritten as coolest thing in game as opposed to out game. Runner up is That Man's Podcast from the Moon. Samus's transformation at the end of Dread. Tales of Arise's second OP, which you should not watch unless you played that game, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I have to like, wait.
The description for the video is like, by the way, spoilers. Just Jesus, look out. And number 1 coolest thing in a game in 2021 is No More Heroes 3's ending. Which, man, it goes.
Yeah, it does.
We didn't even talk it like we did not. Theo referenced it once, but we didn't even talk about credits and post credits. Where it's just like, yeah, that's when your kids from the future come back and everything's animated hilariously.
Oh, snap.
Next category, biggest disappointment. The nominees are Balan Wonderworld, Cyber Shadow, Demon Turf, Halo Infinite, Scarlet Nexus, Solar Ash, the microwave hallway-esque heterosexuality of It Takes Two. That is a hell of a nominee. And Ease 9, Monster Knox. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to give us 4.
Oh.
But I don't know.
I feel like 3 is appropriate.
I'm gonna mold.
Yeah, 3 is appropriate, I think.
Can I get an explanation of the microwave hallway-esque heterosexuality of It Takes Two being a disappointment?
It's just because that game won best. That won best game at the VGAs.
Yeah.
That game would not have gotten any attention whatsoever if it had just been a straightforward, if not for the story element. And then the story element is like, this is a movie from 1991.
That is a really good description of that game's writing for a romantic couple.
Yeah.
It really does seem like that.
Yeah. I wouldn't really.
And I
think
mostly
of it
put it in as a
disappointing.
joke.
Yeah. It's also a joke of we just finished. Oh my god.
Okay.
Which is why I think 3,
Okay.
because that's not a real serious one.
Yeah, and if we're at 8, I don't think we should have half votes. Personally.
Yeah, I think it should never be half, in my opinion.
Okay. We'll start voting. KZ?
Scarlet Nexus, that demo made that game seem cool.
Understandable.
Like really cool. And then you don't have like almost any of the mechanics when you start that game, and you have to like really work to get anything close to what you even had in the demo.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna put in that. I'm gonna pick Solar Ash. That game looked cool as hell, and I was really into it and wanted to play it. It's like it was one of the things that stuck out to me during the PS5's initial reveal, and then it came out, and then I didn't have time to play it, and then I watched Bob play it, and I felt my heart drop.
Yeah, I mean, Bob bought it basically the week it came out. He played it the week it came out here, only like 2 days after it came out or something.
Yeah.
And it was so staggeringly disappointing to watch the gameplay.
Yeah, and it wasn't a thing of I was told ahead of time what it was going to be, that type of thing.
Right.
So it became this thing of me watching it play out and going, "Oh, I do not want this."
Yeah, none of the gameplay objectives seemed all that compelling. Yeah, that was a disappointment for sure. So I understand that vote. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna say Halo Infinite.
Okay.
Because I don't have a lot of experience or reverence for the Halo franchise at all, but I did play through most of 5 with you through co-op.
Mm-hmm.
So I had expectations for that game, and then it just abandoned that story entirely.
Yeah.
Which was a really big disappointment. And also, I like trashy open world games, and they didn't even make one. They made something that just doesn't, that is alien to me.
It doesn't really hit a lot of the buttons that most open world games do. Like when I think about Far Cry 6 or Just Cause or even Ghost of Tsushima, just
outposts in Far Cry are designed where you're going into a building. Some people are stationed inside. Some people are outside, up on some areas. There are alarms to take out. And FOB is like there's six brutes and 3 grunts. Come in with a pelican, who cares? Or snipe them from a distance. It's not like they can set off an alarm to make a seemingly endless amount of enemies to go in. At least when you do a Far Cry thing, your hope is to not alert anyone. Because then if you do, it's like you get bonuses, you get all these you have incentives on how you're going to handle it. This game didn't handle the open world in any way that made me want to complete any of it, and I can play some crap. I played Far Cry New Dawn. That is some crap. Here, it's some. They're like, you captured a base. Do you want them to recapture it so you can do it again for more resources? That's how bad that one is. But at least there's like some thoughts and some design there. But between that and the story, and just the general levels and the lack of any set pieces at all, and the one time I thought they had a cool boss, they made me fight it again, but worse. Those are my 3 votes.
Okay. I guess I'll vote second. I feel like I haven't gone second that many times. I'm going to do Halo Infinite. What I expected was, of course, not positive. I expected it to be a less than what it should be on a story side. and somehow it ended up worse because I feel like in no world did I entertain that the game will primarily take place with people not in places doing things to each other and changing the state of the world. It is in fact mostly you watching things that have already occurred and should have been their own game. So I'm gonna say that. Demon Turf's gonna be my next vote, though. I really was looking forward to that game. I don't know why it's structured the way it is. I don't know why because it doesn't need to be that long. In no world am I giving you brownie points for the fact your game took longer because you made me beat every level twice with these extra levels of requirements.
Yeah, there's already plenty of levels. So
yeah, there's plenty of levers.
It's just dumb.
It's weird. I don't know why they would require that. And then, of course, the plot thing is absolutely terrible. So I'm gonna say that was a really big disappointment for me. And I think that's obvious for the big thing that came out right after it did. I would say Baland was a disappointment, but it's made by Yuji Naka, so...
Yeah, that thing had like a big...
I'm Dan. I was right, so I can't be disappointed.
the dude's wearing a scarlet letter, and
Everyone's like, I can't believe he did this.
I'm cynical all the time. I win.
I just... I think I give more rope to Naoto Shima than I do Yuji Naka. Yuji Naka is literally the only person from Sonic Team where I'm like, never. But yeah, so as it is right now, I wasn't horribly disappointed in Cyber Shadow. I wasn't disappointed in Baland because my expectations weren't there for that. It should have been better than it was, right? I kind of was afraid it was the game it ended up being the whole time, so I can't say I was disappointed. So that's going to be it. Oh, and the microwave hallway-esque heterosexuality of It Takes Two. I knew what that game was the whole time, and that was obvious. It winning Game of the Year was the surprise.
I had the whole time I was like, no, surely there is like something insightful in the story of this, and it's not just we're about a vaguely adult thing, so all journalists' brains shut down.
Yeah.
I mean, very quickly, I'm like, the only way this makes sense to get Game of the Year for me is if that I started theory crafting hilarious plot twists. Like,
and let me make it clear, like, I think It Takes Two is great. Like, it's an endless variety of fantastic set pieces, but game journalists don't give a shit about that, especially when it's a 3D platformer, which is a genre that they are typically not particularly happy about.
No, generally not. No.
For this one, I know a lot of outlets that specifically really liked It Takes Two. They're predominantly about that gameplay and about how they liked A Way Out, and this continued them really making good co-op experiences. Where I'm like, I feel like the thing that really won most people over is every 20 minutes they have a cool idea.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they have the same argument. Because that is what that game is, like on a plot level.
Yeah, like
but yeah, no. I was going to say the microwave hallway-esque heterosexuality of it was very obvious from the start. East 9 I haven't even played, so I'm done voting. We'll go to Theo.
East 9.
Okay.
There's just so much filler. Like, there's like 5 times as much compared to East 8.
God.
It's like East 9 is like, I've never played a game where it's like, you have to fill the busy work meter before you can progress in the story.
God, that sucks.
Yeah, I didn't play
and
8,
then there's a second level. Yeah, 8's just a normal video game. Like, sometimes it has you come back and do the raid type thing that East 9 does, but there is more optional ones. There is more optional and required ones in you have to do more of them in East 9 than there even were in East 8, even including the optional ones.
Yeah.
Is Falcom at this point capable of making something that is lean?
No.
In fact, their CEO has said they seem to think that one of their strong points is making games that are massively overbloated.
Ugh.
Because
like when that quote came out, I was unbelievably demoralized because it's like, you don't understand that all of your games would go up 2 points if you cut half of them out.
Yeah, that's the thing that I dislike in all of their Trails games is that there's 30 hours that does not need to exist ever.
Yeah, you could just cut half of every game they've made in the past decade out, and they would just get stronger.
Whether it's the content itself that you're playing or the script.
So East 9 gets one of my votes. Halo Infinite.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give one to Balan Wonderworld. Even if I had thought, like, even if I was cynical, I expected a 5 at worst. Not something that should never have been shipped under any circumstances. And no, and this is me being cruel. No, it's not so broken it shouldn't ship. It's just so nothing and pathetic of a game. Square Enix never should have fucking shipped this. The only way this game exists in my mind is that if nobody who shakes the purse ever saw it until it was almost done.
Yeah,
Very possible.
I find, like, if there was a category for most confounding game of the year,
Yeah, for sure.
I think Balan would take it.
This is one of the most confounding ones because I played it late. I played it a few months after launch. And I was like, I'm going to stream this. And people were like, I'll come in and tell you everything about the plot that was put in the book. And I went, what the fuck do you mean? There's a book with all of the plot of Balan Wonderworld.
Yeah, there's the clown died act.
Yes, yes, there's the clown died act where it's like, I'm in love with a girl, but due to time stuff, it makes me look like a groomer.
Or it just factually is.
Or that stuff where on frame 1 of someone being sad, they're trapped in Balan's fucking house.
Look, his territory activated.
It's like they have to get over trauma that actually didn't happen and was a fake out, but they didn't know it at the time. But there's confounding parts of that, and just the fact that apparently that game was going to be way worse. But then Yuji Naka was like talked down, where he's like, I want a story where you don't use words. And then Visual Works loves animating things. They've been doing it for 20 plus years. And they're like, here's a cool animation. He's like, that's good, but I don't really want it. And then Square said, no, you're gonna make them do it. So that game is literally going to have nothing.
Yeah, all that, but also, like, I've never been more disappointed probably in my life than when I downloaded Balan Wonderworld's demo and just moved.
Yeah, I know.
And just pushed the stick.
I got that demo 3 days before anyone else for, like, because I do stuff for coverage. I moved and went, I hope they forget. I hope they forget and they don't touch this. This is radioactive.
It's like, how did this get made? If anybody who knows anything ever would have moved in this game, things would have been different.
Yeah. Definitely shouldn't have happened.
So is that 3? That's 3. So that's my 3.
Okay. We are now going to Bob.
Halo Infinite, obviously. This is a giant entry in the most esteemed gaming franchise that Microsoft owns. Why is it not even close to done?
You can't imagine a Mario game coming out like this.
No.
Uh,
My number 2, I'm going for Demon's Turf for my next one.
Okay.
Because I was hyped up for this for over a year. They showed it, I think it was 2019.
Yeah, it was, actually, I think it might have been 2020.
I think it was 2020. I think it was the summer of gaming.
Yeah,
this was one of the brightest lights in the summer of gaming.
It was during one of those IGN shows, like the first one, where like that looks great.
Yeah, no, it
And then
did.
I got to play a demo of it. It feels good.
Yes.
It's the closest to a Mario platformer outside of Nintendo, basically.
Yes, and they have some good ideas.
Yeah, it's filled with good ideas. But then the structure is terrible and the plot is demoralizing.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into, for some reason, this platformer with all these cool ideas for platforming has a billion combat rooms.
Yeah.
And the combat feels terrible.
Right?
Like, we didn't even touch that because there's enough other things.
I watched you do combat and it didn't even make sense.
Dude, they did a patch, what was it? 2 weeks after launch? A week and a half? And almost all of it seemed to, for the first time since Freedom Planet, taken almost everything Bob and I said about a game we were really disappointed in and just fixed it. Like, just instantly, like, we deleted half of the combat rooms. Is literally what they said.
Yeah, because even that whole structures of the game feels like it's designed around speedrunning. And those were completely counter to that.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was insane. Yeah, that was a big disappointment.
Yeah.
And my last one I'll give to Solar Ash, just because, again, this thing looked really cool at the PlayStation 5 reveal.
Mm-hmm.
The visuals are amazing. I sure wish you made a game. I don't know what you made, but it certainly isn't what I wanted.
It sucks. Like, I'm like, this art style looks killer.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's from the people who made Hyper Light Drifter.
Right.
Like,
I thought that
so much was going for it.
I thought anything would happen with that, but no.
Understandable. Okay. Let me sort these real quick.
Boop, beep, boop, boop, boop.
No whammies.
Spin again.
Okay, so we were unanimous on Halo Infinite. Demon Turf, Solar Ash both have 2 votes. Bland Wonderworld, Scarlet Nexus, and Ease 9 have 1 vote each. Does anyone think any of the 3 that only got 1 vote should push up next to Demon Turf and Solar Ash, or can we just vote on those 2?
Part of me wants to kind of fight for Scarlet Nexus. That demo went from game I was highly anticipating and thought would be one of my tops of the year to one of the worst games released this year that I played.
I'm going to do a really obvious rule that if you push up into this, it takes one of your votes. Because we should not be having this conversation if you're not going to vote for it over the others.
That is a good point.
Which is,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Bob, do you?
No, I don't have any strong attachment to the other ones. I actually kind of like these 9. I didn't play 8, so I don't know how much more insane this is.
I just know that it's insane, and that's who it is, and I need to love it and accept it on its own terms. Okay. Did anyone want to push Balan up into voting?
I would, but we're going to have plenty of chances to hit Bland in the mouth, so I'm going to let it escape my view for now.
Yeah. Okay, so then what we're voting between is Demon Turf, Solar Ash, and Scarlet Nexus. We get 1 vote each. KZ has voted.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, but you should let me vote anyway.
Hey, KZ, what are you voting for?
Scarlet Nexus.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Bob?
Demon Turf.
Feel.
Demon Turf.
Obviously, I'm going to vote for Demon Turf.
Yeah, it checks out.
That's you listen to that big thing. You know damn well. Okay. So we have Halo Infinite in first, Demon Turf in second. We need to sort out Solar Ash and Scarlet Nexus, because Scarlet Nexus has 1 vote, Solar Ash has 0. And we need to figure out third place. We get 1 vote each. Solar Ash versus Scarlet Nexus. Biggest disappointment. KZ?
Scarlet Nexus. That demo gaslit me.
Bob. I know. This is hard for you.
This is really hard. Because with Scarlet Nexus, there was an arc.
Uh-huh.
Where it was like, this is coming up, and it looks like it could be okay, probably mediocre. Demo comes out. Oh, this could be really cool. Game comes out. Oh, no.
It's like, I played it. And then it tricked me.
Whereas Solar Ash is just all, oh, man, that's going to be cool. And then just a curveball. No, not at all.
The graph goes down.
Oh, man, it's tough.
If you want, you can mull over it more while I ask Feel.
Yeah, go for it.
Feel?
I'm going to give it to Solar Ash because Scarlet Nexus doesn't have a character named Crunchberry Snazzlepaw or whatever the fuck.
God damn it!
I actually forgot all about that, which is funny.
Not the Snuffleupagus.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
I'm going to give it to Solar Ash because I was excited by that trailer, and I like Hyper Light Drifter a lot, and I was so happy. This felt like that moment, kind of like the People Can Fly thing, where I was really hoping this dev is just going to knock it out of the park and really get some mainstream acceptance. And like, you want them to see the glory, the spelunky glory. You want to see them get that huge mainstream, like Solar Ash is this amazing thing and everyone gets to appreciate it.
They become on that level that like a Supergiant is, where you are paused because that developer is making a game.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go for Solar Ash as well, because at the end of the day, Scarlet Nexus feels better to play.
You know, if I'm fighting fodder, despite them only making 4 enemies for a 40-hour RPG, it does feel all right.
How?
Yeah.
That hurt to think about.
Yeah, no, I'd rather boot up the other mode for Scarlet Nexus and go through the second character's campaign than I would play Solar Ash ever again.
It is a better campaign.
You know, weirdly enough, this is sorted in levels of my aversion to playing them ever again. Anyway, okay. So I'm okay with this. I'm okay with Scarlet Nexus being the runner-up, Solar Ash third, Demon Turf second, Halo Infinite first. Everyone else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what a category. I'm glad to move on.
Yes.
Biggest disappointment of 2021. Runner-up, Scarlet Nexus. Third place, Solar Ash. Second place, Demon Turf. First place, Halo Infinite. Don't do that. Moving on. Best trailer.
Ooh.
Glad to move to a positive category.
Yes. About them as the full titles.
Best trailer for 2021. The nominees are Bayonetta 3, Elden Ring Opening Night Live, Faith of Done Shant Hereafter, official 12 minutes exclusive gameplay trailer, Gran Turismo 7 PlayStation Showcase, Kirby and the Forgotten Land reveal, Mario Cast announcement for the movie, Metroid Dread announcement trailer, Phantom Breaker Omnia release date trailer, sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild E3 2021 teaser, Spider-Man 2 reveal trailer, and Wolverine reveal trailer. Before we start voting, I am absolutely going to swing at Mario Cast reveal. 1, not a trailer. 2, not a video game.
Yeah, but it's still good.
Showing headshots of actors and saying announcements for casting is not a trailer. Also, not a video game. I really don't want movies to invade this category.
Yeah, I think that not a video game is definitely really
All right, that's
really
fine.
strong.
That's fine. But you at least got to say it out loud, and maybe I can use it on a Twitter promotional thing. But we can let it die now.
Yeah, we have to let it die. So when Sony becomes Dark Sony again and is like, here's the trailer for Power Season 2. No, they made it Season 2. Power Season 3 next year. We don't have to include it in anything.
Okay, yeah, but yes, it got its time in the sun in 30 seconds. I enjoyed it.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 nominees.
Oh my god.
That's 4 votes each.
Yup.
We're gonna start. You know what? I haven't started one in a while. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to the Gran Turismo 7 PlayStation Showcase. That is some hype shit. That game looks so good.
That's the one where we saw the shop, right? Or the world map, rather.
This is complicated because I would actually give it to last year's trailer more than this year's trailer. Because while there is more amazing shit in this year's trailer, there truly is, there is no moment like there is with last year's.
Yeah, that is true. But this one did open with Dancing Mad.
Yeah.
It did have the full orchestra play.
Yeah.
Which for people who don't know, Gran Turismo is maybe the most insane thing possible.
It really conveys the art that is Gran Turismo. So I'm going to leave my vote there because it was a really good showing this year. It doesn't hit as hard as last year, but I'm still giving it a vote. Bayonetta 3 was incredible. It's so nice to see Bayonetta's back. It has all these new ideas. It's got new designs. There's excitement. Nintendo is funding that game and it's shipping, and Platinum has to do it.
We're holding your hand. You have to finish the game.
They're twisting their arm. They must ship. I'm very excited for Bayonetta 3.
Nintendo doesn't hold your hand. Nintendo holds like your forearm. Like when a kid has to be drug out of a grocery store.
No, you guys are being mean. They walk with Nintendo. No contact needed. Because there's a microchip inside them that is set to explode.
Yes.
If they try to leave.
I'm going to give my next vote to Metroid Dread announcement trailer. That was hype. That was a good moment. That was really good. I appreciate the man sitting down and being like, we're finally going to do that Metroid. And my actual number one, and the one I will be swinging for this entire category, Wolf-a-fuckerine! Come on, dude. Holy shit. This is literally me talking to Bob that entire month leading up to this. Just multiple conversations of, the only person they're going to trust with a solo comic book hero game is Insomniac, and they're just too busy. They're doing Spider-Man. They got these teams doing Spider-Man, and they don't have enough staff to get Wolverine in there. We're never going to see that. We'll be lucky if we get X-Men. And then like 2 days after we had one of these conversations that month, they show it, and it's the hypest shit ever. And I don't know a company I'd rather have make this game. I'm so fucking excited. And with that said, those are my 4 votes. We're gonna move on to KZ.
Wolverine. That was insane, where you see Insomniac's logo pop up, and through your own expectations, you go, oh, it's going to be Spider-Man. They just shipped Ratchet. I can't believe they have a Spider-Man trailer. And then it's like, this doesn't fit that at all. Oh my God, they're doing a Wolverine game? I feel like a trailer's power is how they reveal it to you.
Mm-hmm.
So someone 5 years from now can look at that and go, that was nothing. But for us right now, that is insane that they're actually going to do that. And they're going to be able to, who knows what X-Men related things Wolverine game will have.
Yeah.
There's so much potential here of what angle they're going to take something like that and what other characters could be realized.
The funny thing is, you could see this arc of me voting for this all the way back at Gamer Premonitions Miles Morales.
Yes, when you said Beast from X-Men will show up. And it's really funny, the director of Miles Morales is the one on Wolverine.
Yeah. No, it's really good.
So you really nailed it.
I was like, this is what I want. And they're like, you will get it, but differently. And I'm like, okay, I'm patient. Let's fucking go.
God. I just really want to see like 4K Magneto. I want that to be a fight in some way. I don't care how you do it.
I'm going to need to play that game off stream.
You're gonna be that. You're just gonna be that picture of Stan from South Park where his dick explodes.
Why is Dan crying? Because Wolverine, he's so strong.
All right, I wrote one in here, and I guess it's only right that I vote for it because it truly floored me. Phantom Breaker Omnia.
Okay.
Is a fighting game with anime characters in it. This, whatever. That's like Nitro plus Blasters gets a trailer. The narrator on this fighting game trailer is the most cracked out thing I have ever heard. Where he is just yelling. It seems like he was paid by the word, and it might be the funniest trailer of the entire year.
Oh, this is the one with the really, really bizarre narration. Yeah,
it's the insane thing where he's like, fucking, we have a story mode, it's filled with words. We heard your feedback on how important words are, so we added more. And it's just to show that they have multiple languages.
Yeah.
And it's just going at that a mile a minute. And I'm like, no one was going to care about this game in the large mainstream. But you got some people to pay attention by making something so unorthodox.
Bob.
Yeah, what's up?
Phantom Breaker was the chibi style beat 'em up before, right?
Yes, it was
Okay.
that at some point, and another point, I believe it was a visual novel. It's been many things.
I've been trying to track that is in fact the same thing and not somehow similarly named.
Yes, it is
Got
the
it.
same thing. That's the same girl.
Okay, sure. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I give big ups to anyone who can make me remember their trailer. Because a lot of things can blend together. Next up, I'm going to pick Metroid Dread. This has 2 mic drops in one trailer, which is kind of crazy. They open it up, oh, it's a Metroid game. Metroid 5, oh, they're not afraid. So many franchises that have a timeline are afraid of going forward. You know, like Street Fighter, where everything is still before 3. And they're like, no, this is a sequel to Fusion. That's cool. The trailer looks sick. There's some really, really solid editing. Those Emmys look weird as hell. And then they drop the fact that it's Metroid Dread, a game that they have teased the title of for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And also it's a revival of 2D Metroid and everything about the style and the general look. It's just a really well-cut trailer, and the fact that they had 2 moments in the Metroid franchise that they can make people like stand up and go, what?
Yeah.
To the point where I look up Metroid fans' reactions and they're just breaking the sound barrier twice. Like, that's great. I don't have an insane amount of love for the Metroid franchise. Like, I've liked a couple of their games, but that was like, oof. I gotta hone in on this, and then the game turned out to be incredible. I got one more, right?
You two, right?
Two.
Right? Oh, wait, you did Wolverine.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, you have one more.
Okay, cool. I was making sure I'm gonna go for the Elden Ring opening night live trailer. We saw none of this game before that. They said Elden Ring, and they showed that generic FromSoft. Here's a person doing a thing. It tells you nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, what is this? And this game looked done off that trailer. It showed an insane amount of content, locations, bosses, spells, attacks,
Polish, all sorts of things that are nuts.
It looked exactly what I could have hoped for, a Breath of the Wild moment for Dark Souls 3 in particular. And I was like, man, I didn't realize how much I needed another one of these.
In retrospect, knowing recent comments from Miyazaki about, I felt bad for the team after Demon Souls came out, the graphics team, in particular, the Demon Souls remake.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. This game looks stellar.
Yeah, this game looks stellar, and while it won't have some of the stuff that Demon Souls had, where every backstab has 18 million animations, because Bluepoint really honed in on like extra flourishes. This art design on this game looks
the game looks
immaculate.
Stellar. Yeah,
where I'm like, this is a dreamlike game, and that trailer illustrates every cool thing about it, from the horse to its super jumping ability to the giant castle with the amazing enemies in it, and just the freedom of movement of large spaces. So,
and that big guy who's stuck.
Yes.
Yes, the pot.
Yes, there's so much going on there that I'm like, wow, oh my god, we are under 2 months from that game coming out at the time of filming.
Mm-hmm.
God, those are my picks.
Okay, we're gonna move to Feel.
Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Wolverine.
It's Wolverine, you fucking idiot.
Bub.
Metroid Dread, because that was the same sort of, wow, I never, because I wouldn't have expected a 2D Metroid to being developed at the same time as, Metroid Prime 4. Like, I thought that would be Metroid, and that's it.
Yeah. It's crazy that they somehow did this twice during the development of Metroid Prime 4.
Bayonetta 2, because not sad.
Yes.
You're right. I watched it, and the fact that there were no uh-ohs from gameplay mechanics from that small snippet gave me like, oh, okay, cool. Because as a layman, I know they fucked up everything in 2.
And Faith of Danshan Hereafter, because those Japanese games that, not Japanese, those Chinese games that might be fake need some representation. As soon as one of them ships, it will just be like, oh, we're in for some shit. But right now they're still in this zone of, are they real?
Right? Yeah, no, it just seems fake.
Which one is this? Is this the one that looked like more like Devil May Cry?
No, this is the one where it has the dude can run straight up bamboo.
Yeah, it's like
okay.
samurai sort of thing in a bamboo forest, crazy destructibility, awesome graphics, weird monsters he's fighting.
Okay, yeah, I do remember thinking that one looked even cooler to me than Wukong.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
he
game,
slices a lizard man in half.
Yeah, he chops bamboo and kicks it, shrews the enemies. It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Phil that watching them bulk up this brigade of trailers that look unreal, it's like eventually one of these has to ship.
Right?
This trailer does look incredible. That much is true. And that's your votes?
Yep.
So that was Wolverine, Metroid Dread, Faith of Danshan, and Bayonetta.
Faith
Okay.
of Danshan.
Okay, Bob. 4 votes.
Bayonetta 3, it's got Lappy. Come on. In no
true.
world would I expect Lappy to show up. This thing defies expectations multiple times. Makes you think it's 3 different projects from Platinum
that's
Games.
the best part. Where
That's
they try
true.
to, it has to be Bayonetta, but they fake you out with 4 of their games.
Yeah, because it could have been the Kaiju game.
Yeah.
It could have been Astral Chain 2.
Yeah, it could have been just something totally new.
Yeah.
But no, it was Bayonetta. It was really good. I could not believe that. And it came out days after the voice actress for Bayonetta. I was like, nah, get used to me not being in the game, I guess. It's like, so wait, is it just not happening or what's happening here? You said you have 4, right?
So you have 3 more.
I'm going to give it to Zelda.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things.
This trailer is insane to me. Because, like, it's a Breath of the Wild 2. What are you going to do? Impress me. And then it's like, well, what if Link can travel through the ground? He has a flamethrower. And I feel like there's at least one more thing that just was like, oh, that's crazy. Oh, right. Seeing every, like, flying islands, I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. You did it.
I think that does it for me more than anything.
Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, my God, seeing some new mechanics around falling.
Oh, yeah. What a perfect shot to open on where it's like, you're dropping from space. You're doing your Fortnite drop. It's like, yes, the air is going to be a major component of the open world now.
Face of Danchan, that I have been waiting my entire life, basically, for a game that I can play that feels like playing Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I want to run out the bamboo. I want to fight on top of the bamboo.
Mm-hmm.
And no one's been able to do it. But here we are, a game that might be fake.
But this category isn't best trailer for a game that's definitely real.
No, it sold me on this idea of a game.
It's okay, Bob. It might be a tunnel they painted on the wall, but we just have to run through and hope it isn't.
Exactly. Like if this category was going in 2005, I would give it to MotorStorm, which is definitely nothing like that game they shipped.
Right?
Man, Killzone 2 really had a good trailer.
Yeah, actually, it was Killzone 3 then, because they were like, well, obviously the PSP ones too. They were on some shit.
And my final vote's going to be for Elden Ring. Like my hopes are relatively low for this. Mm-hmm. And then for them to do a blowout like this, where you have a horse that you can, that's energy, and you could summon, and you could jump in this game. Mm-hmm. There's just so many things. Like I didn't expect that in a new Souls game. Not at all.
Yeah, no, that trailer is really great.
And that's it for me.
Man, didn't vote for Wolverine.
I know.
Shocking.
Like Wolverine's really good, but
No, I get it.
yeah.
I get it.
The promise is great.
Honestly, I didn't realize you were going to say I've been waiting my whole life for Crouching Tiger. I thought you were going to say I've been waiting my whole life for everyone to wake up and realize action games are great and start making them again.
Yeah, this is one of those that didn't happen during the PS2 gen. Most of them, like at some point, we had a good action game like this.
Yeah,
No.
that's true. We didn't have the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon seminal PS2 classic action game.
No. The closest thing we got is that Gact game, which, no, it's not good enough.
Yo, Bujingai Raw.
Okay. So we have a 3-way split between Bayonetta 3 Wolverine reveal trailer and Metroid Dread announcement trailer. Now then, having said that, I think it's very clear that it is our top 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we'd be down to one vote, and I cannot split Elden Ring into another one. So
Yeah.
Yeah, like the only thing I would argue off of there is the Dread trailer, just because I went back and watched it. That trailer is not really that great. Like, it's cool, the idea of it announcing it's a Metroid 5, it's Metroid Dread. That's great. The actual what they show of the game, I don't feel like is very hype.
I think there's suspense, and the context of when it was announced makes it work really well.
if I ran on like not including the hype of just around it and experiencing it that first time, I would cut Wolverine. So I'm fine with that's why I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Where it's like Wolverine's just CG thing logo.
So Bob, you're saying you don't agree with Dread being in the top 3, but you understand everything else?
Yeah.
I can't. Personally, I think that's our top 3.
Yeah, you guys all voted for him, so that's fine. Of course, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what I would vote for third place other than that, and I'm not too sure. Somebody's mad that no one voted for Kirby.
I was sad. I would have put my last vote on it.
I mean, here's my thing. If that trailer ran really well, like locked 30 the whole time.
That's not fair. It's on the Switch.
Yeah, no, it is not fair. I agree. It is cruel that the Switch cannot run games as well as a PS4.
I'm sorry. Mario Odyssey is right there, made by the same company.
That is true.
No, that's not fair. That came out in 2017. They don't know how to make it anymore.
I'm very excited for that game, but that trailer and how it ran in that trailer concerns me, so I'm not giving it best trailer for that reason. I'm very excited for that game, though. Okay. So, Bob, how about this?
What's up?
You need to suggest something that makes more sense for third than Metroid Dread, or we should move forward with voting between these 3.
Yeah, the only thing I'd put up there, I think Elden Ring really is very cool and special, but I get it. I'm fine. We can just move on.
I'm open to the swappy of Elden Ring and Metroid Dread. Because I'm in the same general spot with both of them, where I think both trailers and what they're achieving is great. One being the new Metroid game and all the things it did. Elden Ring on look at it, it won't stop.
How do you feel about this?
It's impossible. Like, it's impossible for me to even conceive of detaching like the trailer itself from the environment the trailer came out in. So, even though I think the Elden Ring trailer is cool, it's impossible for it to like get up over Metroid Dread for me.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so it sounds like we don't need to move anything around.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. We now need to decide between Faith of Don Shant and Elden Ring for runner-up. You get 1 vote each. Feel.
Elden Ring.
KZ.
Elden Ring, it doesn't look like a tunnel.
Bob.
Face of Don Shant. Yeah, I'm going to believe the lie.
That's fine. I respect it. I'm just so scared of those games, man. Because they're either fake or they're going to be the greatest thing I ever touch.
They're going to make us look at the entire rest of the industry and go, why can't you do this? And that's scary. I'm going to give it to Elden Ring because that looked like a Souls game I might enjoy, which, based on my experience playing Demon's Souls and the little bit of Bloodborne I played, seems incomprehensible almost before watching the Elden Ring trailer.
Right.
And it's really funny because all of the preview coverage after it looks better than that trailer does.
Yes, it does. I've actually watched a decent bit.
I have not seen a single detail that sounds bad.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've nominated Elden Ring for runner-up. Now we need to just sort the top 3.
Jesus.
We need to figure out an order to this, so we need to do 2 votes each. Okay. We're voting between Bayonetta 3, Wolverine reveal trailer, and Metroid Dread announcement trailer. 2 votes each. We will start with KZ.
Wolverine. I love big, exciting CG reveals. Especially ones that I can't predict until the last 4 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get those very often. So I'll put 1 on that. And Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 3 showed some gameplay that looked really cool. A completely different style for those things you summon.
Mm-hmm.
And despite me not really caring for playing much of the Bayonetta stuff, any trailer that tries to fake you out 4 times is crazy, between the Astral Chain and the there's like a Wonderful 101 reference somewhere in there, I remember.
Yes.
And just you thinking it might be the kaiju thing. Like, yeah, I'll edge it out just from it's got some better ideas, I guess, in it. Even if I like the Metroid Dread trailer a lot.
Bob.
Bayonetta 3 and Wolverine, yeah.
Feel.
Wolverine and Bayonetta 3.
It's fucking unanimous. So, like, I need to say, I haven't brought this up yet. I cried during Wolverine because it hit me that hard. I was like, no, things can't be this good.
That and Advance Wars.
Yeah, no, oh, fuck. Jesus. Advance Wars was supposed to be dead. So third place goes to Metroid Dread. We now need to figure out a first place between Bayonetta 3 and Wolverine trailer. One vote each, of course. I'm voting for Wolverine.
Yeah, of course.
Bob.
Bayonetta.
Of course.
Of course.
Mr. Feel.
Wolverine.
KZ.
Wolverine.
Okay.
All right.
Everyone knows we feel very strongly about all these nominations.
Yes.
In no world are we like, oh, Bayonetta 3's bad and Dread is worse.
Yeah.
But oh man.
I just want to let the audience know.
Yeah.
It is at this moment that I only just now remembered Sora got into Smash Bros. And that was a great trailer. I just want to say that's why it's not here. I only remembered it right now.
I didn't even think.
When I started talking about crying, you're like, wait a minute.
I'm like, what made me physically sick for 2 straight days? And I'm like, damn it.
I'm going to have to see the live chat for this one. So
we said it, and that's more important. If I hadn't
That's
said it,
true.
if I didn't remember it all, I would have felt way worse.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
no, the culpability would have hung on you. It's like if Bob didn't come in with Bayonetta. Right? Like, that would have been rough. So at least you got it out. At least you said it. So that way people are like, oh, okay. So, the best trailer of 2021. Runner-up, Elden Ring's Unreal opening night live trailer that just kept going. Metroid Dread, Bayonetta 3, and first place Wolverine reveal trailer. Legitimately, thank you very much to our nominees. I want to say that Spider-Man 2 reveal trailer was cool.
Yeah.
It didn't fire on a level that made me want to give it a vote, but...
Yeah, it was cool.
Exactly.
But it you know that game that you're 100% sure they're making? Here's a trailer confirming it will 100% have all the things that you know will be in it from the setup in the last game. And here's Wolverine.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
It's like we showed Wolverine first. It's like, did they stop working on Spider? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was a trailer for Spider-Man 2 at first. I'm like, oh, Wolverine and Spider-Man hang out all the time. So they'll be like, they're really punching. And then it's like, no, it's just, and I start stroking out.
Yeah.
Next category. Thing we don't want on Big Think Dimension in 2022. God, this is a cursed category.
Yeah, it is.
The
Good Lord.
nominees are another model of Xbox announced. Anything even approaching the Blizzard breast milk story.
Oh, yeah.
A Switch successor that has no back compat. Blizzard announcing Wrath of the Lich King, Mists of Pandaria, or Legion Classic servers.
Yeah, that'll be rough.
That's kind of funny. Ghostwire Tokyo becomes Deathloop in terms of omnipresent coverage. PlayStation announces back compat via streaming. Randy Pitchford somehow seizing influence over Dark Horse. Oh, that is...
Oh my God. God damn it.
And then Pitchford becomes the Lich King, right? Some beloved gaming icon announcing a major title, quote, on the blockchain. We actually did have the guy who made SimCity show up at a conference and go, no, this is really cool and interesting, you guys.
Honk, honk.
Mm-hmm. And, quote, this week, critical staff member has left the company while big AAA game is in development. Oh, no.
Come on. All of these just horrible horror stories written by Phil, aren't they?
I mean, to be fair, many of these are just things we covered this year on Big Think. Yeah.
I know.
The last one's mine.
I mean, the Perfect Dark thing was enough to go through to make that a completely understandable nomination.
Yeah, also Everwild.
9 nominees, 4 votes. We'll start with Bob.
Okay. PlayStation announced streaming back compat. Please, no.
That's not real back compat.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just no, please.
PlayStation announces nothing.
Right? Another model of Xbox announced.
Okay.
Not this year.
No,
Please.
not this year.
Please.
Barely anyone has had any opportunity to even remotely question whether or not they should buy one.
Switch successor is no back compat.
Yeah.
Everything else left is just so bad. I don't even want to talk about it ever again.
It's ass.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna say the Blizzard breast milk story, please.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Yeah. That's. I don't want to hear any gaming news stories about drinking human fluids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could open this up.
We could generalize. Is everyone okay with that? Any story involving drinking fluids produced by humans?
Sure.
Feel.
Sure.
I think that's covered in the current description
It
when
is,
it says
it really
anything
is.
even approaching that. We're going to move to Feel next to vote. Feel?
Luckily, I think the silicon shortage has put a Xbox mid-gen refresh plan in the ground.
Especially since it's 2 years in.
Right?
I mean, I can't see it happening at all now because, but even in 2 years, not a lot of people will have a Series X. I feel like.
Oh, yeah, and the cost of doing mid-gen updates is harsh. They've already talked about that. They wanted to, but the nature of silicon, even outside of the silicon shortage, has made it nearly impossible.
Also, the last one, the critical staff member thing, that happens every week now. So
Right.
Yeah, but I don't want it.
it's become numb. It's all scar tissue under my shirt. It's just all scar.
I mean, to be
it's
fair,
like, wow, you're prodding him with like a hot iron poker, and it's just like whatever.
to be fair, if we made that more specific to Microsoft, you know, I'd really like that to stop.
It's still every other week though.
I know.
Like that's the main place we get this story from.
I would like this to
Yeah,
stop,
them
though.
in BioWare. For some reason, it happens multiple times to each BioWare game, none of which have shipped yet.
I would really like the bleedings to stop.
So I'm gonna start with the Blizzard announcing Wrath of the because I don't want my brain to break.
Oh, no.
And me to get back into World of Warcraft because that
Oh.
like that's like it's just yeah. It would be bad.
I understand.
Yeah.
PlayStation streaming backwards compatibility because if that happens, that not only means they announced nothing, it means they're not going to do black compat. It's like 10 years at minimum before they even take another shot at it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like it's just PlayStation announces no hope.
Yeah, that's how it feels for sure.
The Switch back compat thing with which with the knowledge that Nvidia is rumor, not confirmed rumor, even though Nintendo basically said something confirming this rumor, that they're just not making Switch chips anymore. Like they've ceased production on a critical component of the Switch. Makes me think, well, they can't sell anymore, so they have no insane Nintendo reason to not make the successor back compat, but there's always the chance.
Yeah.
And obviously the Blizzard thing is deeply horrible and is related to human suffering, so that would be that in my heart, that is the one I vote for, not wanting to happen.
Okay.
But Randy Pitchford wanting to get into Hollywood and now being part of the same company that owns Dark Horse is deeply mortifying to me on a primal level. So I'm going to vote for that one.
Okay, so your votes were again? Switch successor, Lich
Switch
King.
successor with no back compat, Blizzard classic servers, PlayStation streaming backwards compatibility, and Randy Pitchford devours Dark Horse.
Okay. We'll go to KZ next.
Number one goes to a Switch successor with no back compat. Super Smash Brothers is at a stage in its life as it is finished off. That seems like a licensing nightmare that they probably have to talk to people if a Switch successor was going to have a new port onto their system.
Yeah.
So if they have no back compat, I don't see that happening unless they get cuts to those characters. So if they don't have back compat, they don't deserve success.
Yeah.
Like this is a thing where I'm like, this would be ludicrous.
Oh,
where it's like Switch's momentum was tied to Smash Brothers in a chunk.
Mm-hmm.
A chunk of just every single Nintendo Direct, you're waiting for a new Smash thing,
Yeah.
whether it's the lead up or the DLC, and it's like, here's a port of it, but it has none of the DLC except for the Nintendo characters. We have Min Min.
Cool.
Yeah.
No. I
Also-
unfucking acceptable after the things you pulled off. It would feel even worse if it's like, here are the third parties that were who said yes, and it would just be agonizing. They need to have back compat. They do that, and then they are coasting in a way that's insane.
Yeah.
I have a large amount of confidence they will have back compat because I feel like even they know from space they could double the amount for online. It would do less in terms of just blowback.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they could go up to Sony Microsoft prices on online, and it wouldn't hurt them as bad as not having back compat on the Switch would.
Yeah,
Switch 2 would.
Because their catalog at that point is Switch 2, Wii U, because they have all of them there. What are you gonna port them again? No, I don't need that. Blizzard Breast Milk, that'll be another one because that is truly horrible and encapsulates everything wrong with every bad story that has to do with ActiBliz. That's like the worst one, aside from just the general other thing. It encapsulates the problem. So that's why it's there, and that's why I'm voting for it. The PlayStation thing where it's streaming backwards compatibility. I would try it, but I really don't want that to be the thing. I want to natively play these. Make an emulator.
Yeah.
Just you did it once. It was bad, but do it anyway.
I mean, the PS3 and PSP back compat was really good. I have no idea why they've just been shitting the bed since.
Yeah, just
They're the biggest platform in gaming. Put 20 people in a room and say, "Do this. We'll be back in a year."
Yeah. They're making record amounts of money at PlayStation. Getting the R&D money is no matter.
Right.
You could go to the people making these emulators for PC and be like, "Hey, do you want an actual job making this for us?"
Yeah,
Because a lot of those people don't work on those full time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be doing something there. So I don't want a story or have a discussion about this is what we're dealing with right now. I'm gonna play Dark Cloud through streaming. I'm not, but I don't want that to ever like be real. So I have one more.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that Xbox One happening at all.
No.
So I'm not gonna vote for it.
You can still hold on to your fourth vote.
Yeah, I could. All right, yeah. Maybe someone has an argument later that makes me want to use it.
Okay. So I'm going to vote.
Sure.
PlayStation Now streaming back compat. Number one reason, it will feel bad and look bad, and it defeats the fucking point. Number two reason, I don't want to listen to 100 people who aren't even going to fucking try it tell me it's good enough. Because we deserve better from preserving the history of our fucking gaming culture. Movies can do it so much better than games, and it sucks.
Yeah, we don't need that right after Phil Spencer saying that they should make an emulator.
Right. A Switch successor that has no back compat, you're basically ripping the wheels off of a car if you do that. All the success for the Switch will start crashing real hard if you go, oh yeah, the next one doesn't play your games. Like, that's insane. You should not do that. We will be living in a clown world if they do that. The only reason we're having this conversation is people are pointing out that at this point, seemingly, leaks are saying that back compat isn't working on the new dev kits yet. But that's not meaning it won't work in the final unit. That just makes it concerning. Because if you recall, the PS5 before it launched, all of the dev kits just turned into a PS4 to run back compat games.
Yeah,
they did not have increased performance at all.
Right.
It was like on a Wii U when you go into the Wii channel.
Yes.
To play Wii games.
Yes, absolutely. It was very close to that on a hardware side.
And I feel like the next Switch is just going to be Switch games that run good. So I'm like, there's no reason here.
Yeah. No, this number one motivation to get the fucking next Switch is maybe these games will run better. That would be nice. Switch has a pretty good catalog. Many of my games for Game of the Year come from that. Multiple of my games. I don't think any are exclusive to Xbox. I think Nintendo does a great job of having a catalog of games that are compelling. Since I don't think the model Xbox thing is going to happen, I'm of course going to say the Blizzard breast milk story. How dare you make me talk about that?
Yeah, no. Don't do it.
How fucking dare you exist? And now I have to acknowledge that you exist. How dare you? I feel sullied and lessered as a person because I had to acknowledge that you breast milk drinkers at Acta Blizzard exist. So with that said, I'm not really feeling anything.
I really hated when that story came out because I almost texted Phil and went, Did we talk about this one? Because it'd been going on for so long, and I'm like, this is what?
I'm gonna give a vote to something I kind of feel. It made me really sad when the creators of City was like, hey, the blockchain is pretty cool. So I'm going to give a vote to that. I don't want to hear any of the beloved gaming icons talk about how it's cool, actually. Okay. I'm going to start sorting.
Woo.
Okay, currently, we have 2 tied for first place. PlayStation announces streaming back compat and a Switch successor that has no back compat. The funniest trend in this category.
Oh, my God.
Anything approaching the Blizzard breast milk story has 3 votes instead of 4. And then we have a 4-way tie with 1 vote each of another model Xbox. Blizzard announces WoW retro servers for newer expansions. Randy Pitchford seizes control of Dark Horse, and some beloved gaming icon announces a new game made on, quote, the blockchain. I think that top 3 is definitely our top 3.
Yeah.
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 The question is the order in which it goes. Does anyone want to open that third to be in the top 2?
Morally, yes.
Let's just vote between the top 3.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
All right.
2 votes each. We're gonna go between the 2 back compat ones and breast milk. 2 votes each. We're gonna start with KZ.
The Switch successor with no back compat, and the Blizzard breast milk.
Okay.
Story.
Feel.
PlayStation and Blizzard.
Bob.
PlayStation. And Switch.
Okay. I'm voting that same way, PlayStation and Switch, because at the end of the day, those freaks will still exist. I don't want gaming to get worse.
It's unfortunate, yeah.
You should all go to prison, but at the end of the day, this other stuff will make gaming at large worse.
I just feel like morally we just had to have the vote again.
I seriously, those people should be dragged out of the building and shot.
Yes!
Just to be perfectly clear on my stance. The fuck is wrong with you? Anyway.
Oh yeah, that's insane.
No, that is beyond comprehension. How do they still have jobs? How do they get to live and breathe? Like, come on, dude. That's like next story out of Activision Blizzard. Some person just kept sitting in the urinal with their mouth open. So we have a tie between PlayStation House's streaming back compat and a Switch successor that has no back compat for first place. We get 1 vote each. We're going to start with KZ. Which one's worse?
Okay. If PlayStation does this, we are in a situation where they've done nothing. They've done nothing but make things worse and give us really annoying discourse. And just they're not making an effort.
Mm-hmm.
If Switch does this, I will be so mad because that means their next thing has lost so much value.
Mm-hmm.
And that next thing is seemingly maybe coming out in a year.
Yeah.
And they've just eliminated the value of a lot of this machine to you're only going to play the newest things on it. I have confidence they'll bring out things for it because they're constantly making new games.
Yeah.
And they know how to drop the old thing like a rock fast.
Yeah.
So I have no problem. I have no, that's going to happen. But I have to vote for this. I have to vote for the Switch successor because that is the most dire thing in this entire list.
I mean, yeah, because last time when they dropped back compat, there was a reason they went portable. You can't stick a fucking like
DVD.
It's a completely different fucking architecture, and no one had an expectation that they would be able to stick their Wii U Blu-rays into a portable.
Right.
Spent nearly 5 years having to deal with them slowly bringing Wii U things on a life raft to this machine.
Yeah.
Locking them into another machine and making a new one is insane.
Yeah, that would suck.
Because I'm afraid they'll do it again. I do not want to see a Tokyo Mirage Sessions trailer.
I literally was going to say, I'm going to have to buy that again and not play it again.
Yep.
Thank you for the support, but we need to not do this again.
We're going to go to Bob next. Bob.
I'm going to vote for PlayStation.
Okay.
It's dire how much content is just unplayable on anything for PlayStation. Literally all it's easy to access is PS4 and 5.
Yeah,
That's it. They have such a catalog that's just dead.
And it's insane that, like, when you think about the legacy of PlayStation, even the portable had back.
Yeah.
Even it could play PS1 games.
I'm just sitting there like, I don't have anything at my house anymore that I could even hook up and play a PS1 game. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's loopy bullshit. There's no reason for that.
The PS2 is the highest selling console of all time.
Why would you want to play any of those games again?
Yeah, it's like
You have basically no way to play any but a few of them that they did an initiative of that they just gave up on.
Which
which is
last I checked was more than the Xbox original games available on Xbox, but that's not okay.
No.
And that's still not enough.
Yeah,
It's like it's nowhere near like 200 even.
Yeah.
And it should be.
It's like what, 40?
Yeah, it's somewhere around there. It's like
And it's the PS2.
It's the PlayStation 2, yeah.
I could make a short list of 200.
Yeah, no, it's simple. Yeah, so I get it. I get it, Bob.
yeah, it would upset me even more than the Nintendo thing, for sure.
I think the part of it where that starts to make sense for me, argument-wise, is the part where it also signals that this is okay and this is enough.
Yeah. That's the other thing of like, it causes an extra level of discourse of like, yeah, the streaming is just the way this stuff works now. We don't need to actually preserve anything.
And we don't need that to be the future, just like we didn't need to paying for online to be the future.
Right. It's like if freaking Xbox Live was up on here.
And
The worst thing that happened to gaming ever.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. That's when you talk about things that become good enough and the standard and get normalized over generations, I really don't want this to be one of them. So that's what I'm wrestling with. Feel. I know this sucks.
Yeah, I know. You've really picked two things.
Both are apocalyptic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Both of them are rooms that'll hurt me.
I'm going to say PlayStation.
Okay.
And it really is as simple as like, that's more valuable to me than even the Switch having backwards compatibility. Because at the end of the day, there's nothing on the Switch that, other than Smash, that I would be like gnawing my arms on at being inaccessible. But it's like most of my favorite games ever made are on the PS1 or PS2, and the fact those are just left in the void forever. It's like this shit should be easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should.
It was. Back in the PS3.
Yeah. And there's no reason it isn't easy anymore other than just apathy.
Yeah.
So
Than apathy.
Yeah, apathy or literally...
Apathy that costs them money. They could make money.
They'd rather us suffer.
yeah.
It's the fucking hollow-headed, fucking brain-dead executive shit of, we're focusing by not doing anything anybody wants. We're only doing this one thing. It's very smart.
Okay. I think I'm ready to vote. I've been wrestling with it this whole time, and then I had one slight epiphany that really drove it forward.
What's that?
At the end of the day, the Switch is one of the best-selling consoles of all time. And it is a really recent console, so a lot of that hardware is really new. I have no concern about the hardware that runs Switch games breaking and disappearing and being unavailable just forever.
Yeah.
Because there are so many Switches out there in the wild.
Yeah, it's only 100 million.
Yeah, it's only 100 million. While the PlayStation 2 is one of the best-selling platforms of all time, those are now up to 21 years old. And they will fail eventually, and they're starting to fail in, because they're old and they're having the shit beaten out of them.
Has the Switch outsold the PS2 yet?
No.
No, nothing's outsold the PS2.
Okay, just checking.
It just beat the Wii. It's
Nothing
next to-
ever will outsell the PS2.
I think we were looking at it earlier, and it's below the PS4 and then PS2.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really fucking insane how much you look at the best-selling consoles ever, and they mostly have PlayStation in the title.
Yeah.
Like, that hit me like a truck when I looked at that list. I'm like, what? Why isn't Nintendo up here more? Like, it's like, what? Wii, Switch, and that's it? Maybe the NES? Yeah, it's insane. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe DS.
Yeah, the DS is up there once you start including portables, for sure. And the PSP is way higher than you would think it would be. Because it's the PSP. Ooh. But, once again, it failed because of piracy, not because of hardware sold. Which I'm sure pissed off Sony even more. Yeah, I think between that observation and the thought of establishing that back compat being a streaming solution is good enough, I think I'm going to go with that. My vote's going to be with that for I really will just get on full tilt if that comes up on Big Thing. Like, Sony announced the back compat initiative is a subscription plan and it's streaming. Like, yeah, the PlayStation Now already exists. We want you to make a real solution. No, here's that solution again.
Yeah, it's that level of, like, with the Switch, I'll be disappointed, but I'll move on with my life. I don't think I'd ever forgive PlayStation.
Yeah, because this starts to suck more and more as time goes on. It was forgivable at the beginning of PS4 because it was a completely different architecture.
Right.
There's no excuse anymore. Fucking solve it. Don't sit here and spin up PlayStation Now again and be like, hey, it's got PS2 and PS1 games. And I'm like, yeah, it'd be great if I could fucking download them. Let me buy shit. Let me download them so it plays well. What is your problem? But yeah, so that's why ultimately I'm going to vote that way. I was really split this entire time. But that's ultimately why I'm going to vote that way. Then, I don't have to use a retro video game upscaler for the Switch.
Right? Jesus.
God.
Yeah, those are the two things. But yeah, okay. This looks right to me. I don't want to vote for a runner-up.
No,
I don't either.
We did one vote each, so it's clear we would be pretty split.
I think Randy Pitchford taking over Dark Horse could win, though.
I think that would be a really funny, horrible timeline. So we're going to do top three. Thing we don't want on Big Thing to mention in 2022. The top three nominations are: number 3, anything even approaching the Blizzard breast milk story. What is wrong with you? Number 2, a Switch successor that has no back compat. Why would you take out the wheels on a vehicle that's running for the first time in 10 years, Nintendo? And PlayStation announces streaming backwards compatibility. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we moving on to the next category. Game that should get off the Switch.
Ooh.
Turns out the answer is Disgaea 6.
Who'd have thought?
Yes.
The executive producers for this month of GigaBoots are Esme, E. Lee Broyles, Star Falcon, Spaceman Spiff, Red Blaze 27, Brendan O'Sullivan, Live Action Muito Real, Completely Normal Adam, Cooper Tank, Zilter, and Virvarm. Thank you very much to our executive producers, and also these patrons. If you want to become an executive producer for an obscure but powerful YouTube channel, head on over to patreon.com/gigaboots today.